funky music.
and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another one, our marquee matchup of the evening, Synapse versus Kangarillas.
I'm really excited for this match. They're coming still a little bit fresh off of a couple of roster switches, but I'm super excited to see how they play this match.
Well,
Zach, ready. Everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm so excited.
Let's go.
Gonna back it up, take that shot as the goalie's assaulted, brings it in for the two. He's gonna get it. 22 seconds into round one.
Got it. Open goal so far.
Yeah, really vicious attacking by Synapse here as they finally find the three-pointer. Just gets to it, and it is going to be Strem finding this first off of the feet of YouTube.
They're going boosting now. Bouncing straight. Flip.
But it is gonna be Strem getting there first, and Strem's gonna send that one in for the two.
You got that on.
You have that back.
Pass there to Zach, and Zach's gonna bring it in for the two. That's gonna bring it back within one here, 4 minutes and 6 to go.
Crossing.
Boosting.
Passes over to Rosie Hope, who's going to get jumped down, but she's going to sink that shot. 17 meters second for 2 points. Pushing back up. Back over to Mad, who's anchored. He's going to push in and quick up to Sealable with his signature Sealable slam.
It's going to be Mad touching it there on the far side too, but he gets stopped. Strembitsky with it. He gets stopped. And now picked up by Rosie. Rosie looking to send it in. Going to go for a bounce dump here. Going to bounce all the way into the bubble. Who's getting there first? It's Zach. And Zach's going to put it in for the two.
The short though. Back into the hands of Mad, who's going to control this a little bit before going for the pass to Strem. Or Sealable, but eventually does recover this game and get that points.
Yeah. Luna under pressure by Rocker. Going to cross pass to Zach. Zach bringing it into the bubble. Taking the shot off the ding ring. Another ding in this one. Strem's going to track that one down. He does. Has that's Mad on the goal. Strem bringing it in. Stuffed by Zach. Zach going to get this one cleared out. They get the chain down. Rosie's trying to get there. It's actually going to be Zach. Zach taking a shot. Zach's going to hit it for the three. I said 10 seconds. It's actually 20 seconds as we come out of the tubes here. It's going to be Mad handling it. This one on the back line. Kangarillas down by 2. 15 seconds. Mad sending this one deep into the hands of .com. .com going to get this cleared out through that near side tube into the far side trap. Mad picks it up. Going to send it back through the tube there. Nobody able to get there. Strem touches it. It's going to get slapped down into the zone there. Sealable looking at the goal. Sealable taking the shot over. Oh, the ding. They almost forced the overtime, but no. Synapse is going to take round one, 12 to 10.
You know, that one is one that that's gonna keep you up at night, because that is that's a heartbreaker right there. Super close. They did a great job pushing into the bubble there. Just a little bit too short there, getting that ding off, and we'll be Synapse taking round one.
We took a round. We won the round.
So we're going to take another round.
We are absolutely going to take another round. Easy.
Really hard. Holy. Going shield.
That is Rosie up. That's a 1.9 second joust, and it's Luna, her first goal of the game. Pass is Sealable. Doesn't like the looks. Who's going to walk it in? Going to take that shot as the goalie gets stunned out. This one through, but into the hands of Strembitsky. Strembitsky taking the shot, and he's going to hit it from half court. Send that one up to Saluna. Saluna look for that cross pass to Zach. Zach behind the goal. The stop there by Mad. What a ridiculous stop. Trying to track it down. It will be Mad picking it up. Mad taking the shot. And Strem really wants to get that pass over to Saluna. Saluna is now open. He's going to hit her. Saluna looking at the net. Going to bring it in. Takes the shot. And she's going to plant it for the two. The .com on the back line. .com going up to Saluna. Saluna juking.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to VRML here in the Season 2 Finals. Finals weekend, that is to say. We are rolling right on along here now with some more big matches to finish out this jam-packed day, just full of craziness. We've seen, again, just match after match, just EU earlier on and OCE as well, late last night or this morning, depending on how you look at it. We've seen seeding upsets. We've seen round threes. We've seen round winners, game winners. A lot being brought to the table here, and it's as exciting as ever. On the casting booth here on this pre-show panel, I'm Palidore. I got NightFiree, one way or the other. We got Dimwi down there somewhere, and the mysterious voice in the distance. So much for Subtlety, who, for posterity's stream, I asked Subtlety, you know, if he was going to speak this time. Nope. That said, though. All right. NightFiree, how you feeling?
I'm good, man. I am really excited about I mean, this is going to be some insane matches today. The NA Close qualifier, there's so much hype. The Challenger Cup was insane. We had insane matchups last weekend. I don't know. It has me wondering what's going to happen today. You know, it just has me sort of thinking, you know, we've seen some upsets happen already. There could be more in store.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've seen it over with EU. Mentioned Omega coming out, upsetting the higher seed on 2 different occasions there to make their way, you know, into the lower bracket finals against Phantoms tomorrow, which is going to be as exciting as anything for sure. Some hungry teams fighting to make their name and claim their stake at, you know, at the top of the throne there in that region. SirDimwi, how about you? I mean, you were there casting some of those matches. There's that insane one that I wasn't there to personally witness live as I was casting on the other channel, but that Gravity Phantoms match as well, that was quite something, so I heard.
Yeah, no, we saw some phenomenal play from Europe today, and Gravity Phantoms lived up to expectations. Both teams played at the top of their game, and that one went down to the wire. And Smash Dash had a really early. They almost took out Gravity. They took Gravity to 3. They almost pulled a major upset there. But then in the last, I think, a minute and a half there was a disconnect on the side of Smash Dash, and they were down by 2. But they weren't able to pull it back. That player was out. By the time they got that player back, I think there was 30 seconds on the clock, and at that point they were down by 4. So that was a heartbreaking moment there. But speaking of upsets, I mean, we did have some upsets in Europe today, but
yeah, last
weekend, Redshift taking out Instinct. I mean, that was a major upset when it happened. I remember I was at the top of my lungs. I was telling you shortly after that game that I thought I had done damage to my voice because of how excited I got, because that was such a major victory.
Wouldn't be the first time in a finals or late season situation. It's a common thing. You know what? It comes with the job, but I think you do it. You blow out your voice better than anyone, Dimwi. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I guess I'll take that one, because yeah, it was definitely worthy of it, because you know, when you get a game like that where a team that is expected to move on, Instinct, getting taken out by a team that was, you know, it said that no one counted Redshift out. They were one of the teams, you know, that could have made it and did. But the fact that they took Instinct out to get there was just, I think, caught everybody by surprise. Instinct probably more than most. But they're Redshift here today. Zero is the other team who made it through in that open qualifier, and I'm just so excited to see all these teams play. And yeah, I mean, this is the best of the best. I don't have words. It's gonna be phenomenal. It's gonna be great.
Well, I want to bring that to NightFiree too, because I remember having this conversation as well on NightFiree. Aside of casting for venues regularly throughout the season, he's also been in venues itself, and he was telling me as well in some of these major games, and that game in particular, I wish I could be a fly on that virtual wall, because I'll let you tell it, but I mean, people were up.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, it's when you're in venues, especially now with the venues beta, if you can get into that, there's that action, that physical reaction that you get from being at watching esports in a space with other people. And at the end of that round, everyone was standing, and you can tell they're standing because it's, they're elevated off of the of the chair that the game puts you in, and we were all standing around looking at each other just amazed, because it was it was a sight to behold. And then today, watching just earlier the Echo Arena, the EU closed qualifier, it's really interesting inside that new beta, the venue's beta. There's just more interaction. You know, you have facial expressions, the mouth moves. It's much more of a physical sort of experience. You know, you really get to be in an audience, in a crowd with other people watching the game. Yeah. And it was a lot of fun today for sure. So I'm sure there's a bunch of people in venues right now hanging out. Shout out to you guys watching the game, and I'm looking forward to everything that's going to be brought out today and tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I mean, for everyone joining us there, whether it is venues or Facebook Live, YouTube gaming, Twitch TV, all of the above, you guys are awesome. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to cast these matches for you guys and just bring the excitement, bring the hype, at least to the degree we can, because we already know it's a given that the teams are going to do that on their end. So it's a nice kind of relationship we got going between casters and teams, especially in these late season matches where we're just seeing the best of the best do what they do, which is to say the best, you know, in every aspect of gameplay. That's a joy. And as far as venues goes, especially here during what's been, you know, Connect Week, formerly Oculus Connect, now Facebook Connect, where a lot of people here in our community for Echo have been there the last 2 or 3 years now running physically in person. Obviously, you know, in today's situation, couldn't happen. But that said, having opportunities like venues to gather for these events, kind of the next best thing, really. You get to gather and be with your peeps and getting getting the eyes and the excitement on the matches here. So
and, you know, it was Connect last year that the whole prospect of VRML happening. That's when it started, was at last year's Connect, and so a year on, here we are. This is it's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
absolutely is. It is. It's passed by in kind of it's been long and kind of at the same time short. It depends how you look at it. Some days you feel like, oh, it's forever ago, but then you look at the grand picture, even of Echo itself, and how we've gotten to this point where we talk about these upsets happening. We talk about these things occurring now in the scene that just didn't occur years ago, you know, because just a less mature game at the time in terms of the meta and the development of the teams, right? It was people were still figuring out, and that is to say the ceiling's still sky high. But on that note,
yes, it is.
On that note, I do want to redirect that kind of on a similar topic, though. You're talking about Redshift and their upsets. Well, how about Spaghetti here? Now, they've been quite the interesting team, controversial team at times, but there is absolutely no denying their level of play and what they brought to the table. Honestly, I understand why they're controversial, but I also understand that's a product too of the fact that they do have success. I made the Joker comparison before, and I'm sure certain people don't like it, but I think it's absolutely true. It's just following that trajectory. They're doing kind of their own thing and making the meta kind of their own. And you know, what's your thoughts, Dimwi, on Spaghetti and where they've come as a team and as players? You know, some of them leaving, then coming back, some of them having success and rising through the ranks in Season 1, and as a result, we've got a finished product.
Yeah, no, this is as some folks will tell you, I am one of Spaghetti's biggest fans, and they will tell you that begrudgingly because they are not. But I am, and it's for the same reasons they don't like Spaghetti. I do like Spaghetti. I mean, that's the way they play the juking, heavy juke play, heavy some of that ducking and bobbing and weaving that they a player like Oculizator is, you know, at one point, you know, you might have heard, oh, he relies on it, and no, at this point I say he just knows how to use it, and you know, because he's such a well-rounded player. There's such a well-rounded team that you know, it doesn't, even if they didn't have that, I think they would still be where they are. That's just their style of play. And I think it's a very exciting style of play most of the time.
Oh, yeah. You see Oculizator on the pre-show cards there, one of the cards featured from Season 1. Exactly. He proved what you said right there. To me, in Season 1, casting a lot of Skull Crusaders games, which he was part of their team for throughout the duration of that. And there was uncertainty going into it at first because he's a long time player right there since the very beginning of beta of PC days, and then there certain questions, like you said, on how is his style where he's not done a ton of comp before. How is that going to translate? It translated quite well. He brings so much team play to the table along with everything else. One of the stick out factors for me in season 1 was the fact that every match, and you think I'm exaggerating, I'm not, every match, maybe minus like 1 or 2 that I casted of Skull Crusaders throughout the season, he was leading in every category, and I mean every category, very frequently among all 8 players: points, assists, saves, steals, punches. We're talking LeBron-like efforts, okay? And to see him now on what was the number 3 seeded team, finishing out the regular season, to me, not so much of a surprise, but it's good to see. It's a fun story to follow the rise of players. But yeah, which is to say, does a kind of segue. Synapse. Now they've seen some changes, and talk about the rise of some players. I know for Night, you've casted some of these matches as well for Synapse at times, and they've been excellent. I'll just say a couple of names here. I'll start off with Saluna, because for what Oculusator was to Skull Crusaders in that season 1, Saluna kind of was that to Mirage, joining really late in season 1, and it's been kind of a rocket ship on the way up here to a top team.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this sort of close qualifier, they have had some very good performances, some very strong performances too. So they're even coming in, feeling fresh into this into this final 8. They're at the top of their game right now, and so it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on this team as they compete, because if they can just harness that energy of doing well at the end of that season and capture it and ride it into the start of this close qualifier, it's like I said, I think it's my mind is now really thinking, where are the upsets going to come in? Like, who is going to win this? Is Redshift going to somehow finagle their way into the semi? I just don't know where my mind is. There's so many possibilities, whereas I think earlier, like just really weeks before going into this finals, it seemed kind of like, well, there's these top teams in NA, and that's kind of where they all kind of sit there. They're all kind of belong there. Those teams are very still much the giants of this division, but like I said, I don't know what to expect, because I'm seeing teams play so well during this postseason. They're really stepping it up. These teams are really locking it in and focusing, and they're bringing energy to these games that they don't necessarily bring to their regular season matches.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we get when the highlights happen, the big plays are even bigger. The mistakes are even more punishing and damaging. You saw some of that again just hours ago in Europe. It's like every single point or every single missed shot, all those matter all the more. So it just means, when you do reach the top of those mountains, whether in the context of a game or the context of a full cup, you're going to get these big moments that you really carry with you for a long time. And Dimwi, also just to get back as well real quick to Synapse, I mean, I don't want to do any disservice to the rest of their players as well, because you've got some heavy hitters, and I mean, from of course Zach W, who's been just a phenom, okay, over the offensive end. We've seen him perform over and over again at the high level with just incredibly crafty maneuvers. You got .com, formerly known as the YouTube. Thanks for watching if you're on it, by the way. And he's an amazing goalie. Always the presence of mind just to get all these fantastic grabs. It was last season, towards the latter postseason cups, that you saw him really step it up with some incredible plays. You have Rosie Hope, who's also stepping in here. Been on the roster since last season, when they were known as Infinite at the time, but scrimming with them, good friends with all the players, and a super skilled player in her own right. The thing is, with Rosie, she's competed at multiple levels, multiple teams. I'm super happy to see that she's found a place in Synapse where she does rightfully belong as a top player. I remember in the past, there's discussions because at the time, I had Andy W on the main roster and Palace, and Rosie wasn't playing as much, kind of a rostered sub. So people throw out the questions. Oh, well, is she gonna play? What can she do? Should she be on the roster? This and that. Well, guess what? Yeah, she should be. That's why she's here. That's why she's top 5. That's why Synapse is gonna be here on the stream, and I'm just excited to see that, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm doing a deep dive on stats too, just to sort of look at a little bit more on Synapse and where they're sitting with some of these teams. We're going to get some interesting games. If Synapse ends up going up against Redshift, they have a very tight history in playing against each other. They're the round that they have, the one game they have played together, very close scoreline. So I think these Redshift, even though they weren't, they were that sort of dark horse, if you will, in the Challenger Cup, they're still a team that can compete against these squads that are qualified, that are in the top 6. They can put up these good scorelines, and they've done it before. So, like I said, I'm not counting them out. They very well might put up a good performance today.
Well, that's the thing about it made it very, very difficult to choose matches because there's just so many. You hear the birds chirping. They are chirping. Anyway, that said, I was wondering the faces I was getting there. Apparently, there's a parrot in my room, but no, the teams aren't here by a mistake. They all earn their way, which is why I'm saying it was a merciless thing trying to decide exactly which matches would be featured on venues because you can't go wrong, but that's part of the problem, really. So that said, though, moving on from Dark Horses to some Kangos.
Yeah.
Kangos, they're Kangorillas, that is to say. They're facing off against Zero here to start it off. And that... Dimwi, we talked about this both on stream, off stream. Is Zero coming in the 7th seed off of the Challenger Cup? I feel like just as much as any team among these top 8, that's also a bit misleading. This could be if Zero is firing off on all cylinders, which we've seen them do on many occasions. They've had multiple game winners this season. Insanity. They can definitely take it to Kangos just as much as any team, I feel like.
No, Zero's. I've been saying it for a while. They do that thing where they will have sparks of just the most brilliant playmaking, the smoothest connections and communication.
Yep.
They'll have these moments of just genius, just madness. It's amazing what they can pull out. The issue they've been having is doing that consistently. It's not that they're bad when they're not on that level. It's a matter of to compete against a team like Kang or God forbid Joker, even if they can get that deep in here. They really need to be hitting that level of insanity frequently. If they can't do it consistently, it's got to be frequent. But when they do it, you'll see it. You'll see the jets turn on, and they will hit some amazing plays. The coordination they'll have will just blow you away. And they've only gotten stronger since adding Andy W. Previously of Synapse, Zach's brother. They've only gotten stronger. He brings such an offensive force with them. They're definitely a team that's going to bring it to Kang. And if they are, as you say, firing off on all cylinders, Kang is going to be in for a fight in round 1. Absolutely.
Yeah. And for Kang as well. Sorry, I'll get back to you in a second, Night. But yeah, just mentioning consistency. Kang, I would say, although the slow starts to rounds is always kind of a topic of discussion to begin streams. It's almost the nature of it at this point. It's a habit. But like on the whole, across seasons, Kango's possibly the most consistent team in North America. I feel like, and they've been here for years now, since 2017, despite brief hiatus there between one of the seasons in the past. But consistency, they are always at the top. I mean, they are world champions just a little over a year ago. Leicester and took on the world and came home with a prize. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for sure. And Knight, did you have anything you wanted to add to either of those teams, Zero or Kang?
Yeah, to the rule of association, Kang has beat Spaghetti. Spaghetti is the only team that has beat Joker.
Uh-huh.
So in theory, Kang, if doing well today, could go up against Joker. I know it's not how
never
things
happens.
Work, okay. But I'm just saying, if you want
Joker?
to go by stats alone, okay? That's
now we're just
consider.
We're just memeing you. It's my favorite phrase. I'm there for as many King Joker games as possible. Any year, any season, any whatever it is, I'm there somehow, because it's truly just it's Batman and Joker. I say it a lot. It's true. I feel like until one of their teams are gone, which I hope never happens, they're going to be fighting each other every single season, as far as I'm concerned, and at that top level or very, very close to it. It doesn't matter if we're talking a year, 2 years, whatever from now. I feel like they're still going to be right there for a long time coming. But that said, talk about not too long ago in a season not too far away, Illuminati now also coming in here. And they're a team who, in the preseason back in December, when it concluded, December 2019, champions. You know, the format was still new at the time, 4v4, but they won it in North America. And effectively, you know, we call it preseason. In hindsight, more of a season 0 is what I like to refer to it as. It was shortened, but it was not. People still put their all into it. It was still a season in that sense, and they came out hard-fought champions of that. So Illuminati, we're going to see them on stream soon. Not a team you can ever sleep on for so many reasons.
No, they're not.
And Dimwi, I mean, I guess maybe this would be a better question to redirect at myself, frankly, but I was just going to say, the only change since then, Wit. Yeah, they've added him to the roster. Pretty familiar with Wit from various avenues and potential teams. He's been great on their roster. I mean, he's shown his capabilities not only, you know, as a striker, but as a defender, midfielder, a little bit of it all, you know, and I'm excited to see what they do here on the stream soon. I won't talk too long, since we will be seeing them rather soon, but you know, just on that note. Now, one more team to get to before we do head off here and get into our games, Frostbite. And I bring them up because I know won't get into the deep of things, but you know, people had questions. Okay, they say, well, Frostbite, you know, how are they going to perform? You know, they got these top level matches against these top level teams. Maybe they haven't played them in some weeks down the road. You know what? This is the time, is to make it or break it. Point is, they had a great season. Any way you cut it, no matter who they face, they were consistently victorious there. They finished out strong, but now is the time to cement themselves, is the important thing. Dimwi.
Yeah, no, they were. I remember when that roster formed, there was an initial kind of like, really? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, that was kind of the
remember.
response. Was I mean, that's what it was. Was everyone was kind of like, all right, we'll see how it works out, and it's worked out. You know, Grumpy has really put a really strong team together there on Frostbite, and with Mozzie on that front line. You know, they've just been, they've been a real force, and they earned their way in the top 6. They didn't have to do it through the open qualifier. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but the fact that they were able to do that, I mean, it speaks volumes to what they were able to put together. Yeah, I'm really excited to see them play.
And then the issue, if you can call it an issue, I consider it a good thing, just as a result of how competitive it is, right? And I know Night, we've had convos about this recently too, right? It's where at this level of play, you are just a game away essentially from being in, you know, into the qualified slots or out of it. That's how close it is at this level. Frostbite, you know, they squeeze in there. It's not by mistake, in the sense that you know, they've had a great season, and like I said, it is kind of like that put up or shut up time of season, and I'm just excited to see what they do. But yeah, they can definitely upset people who don't maybe go into that match and take it with the degree of respect that they should. Not that that's going to happen, but I'm just from the eye test, they are definitely a high talent team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And you look at, again, dig into the match history, they've beat, like they said, they earned their way out. You know, in the last few games that they've won, they beat Illuminati, they beat Redshift. You know, they've proven that they can go up against teams that they are going to be facing off against.
Yeah.
In this closed qualifier. So yeah, they're very much a team you got to keep an eye on for. And you know, it's, again, I'm going to say it before we get out, before we're done here on this panel. I just don't know what to expect today. I'm very much looking forward to the unexpected.
Well, if that's not a sign of the times to come, I don't know what is. Expect the unexpected, as always is the case here in Echo. If you think you know what's about to happen, well, think again, at least if the recent weeks have been any indication. So, with that said, guys, we got about 5 minutes, give or take. We're going to start filing into our servers and separate out and get these matches streamed for you here today on Oculus Venues. Once again, if you're joining us here or on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, thank you for doing so. We'll have a couple different channels going, but yeah, appreciate you guys for joining us, so stay tuned. And I've been Palidore, that's NightFiree, that's SirDimwi. So much for subtlety on the cams. We also got Gilligan helping us out on the modding end in our channel too, just to keep us all straight and organized. So with that said, we will be back. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VR Master League here in the finals weekend for Season 2. On this cast, this opening cast, we've got ourselves a Illuminati, facing off against Synapse, two immensely talented teams about to put on a show and fight for their chance at championship glory, their share of that $3,500 prize pool. Both in cash and some vouchers from our amazing sponsors. You got customized jerseys in there. You got in-game badges, the whole 9 yards. And of course, as much as anything else, the respect and pride of your peers, which, as much as anything, that's what we're here for, is to make our names known and respected. On that note, well, hello, I'm Palidore, and NightFiree is going to be joining me for this cast right here. We got so much for subtlety on the cams, and over on VRML channel 1 for Twitch non-venues, we have just as well SirDimwi and Dano McFabulous. So we'll be casting Frostbite and Spaghetti. So you got your options, but for those joining us on this channel, well, don't tell the others, but you made the right choice. This is going to be a wonderful match. NightFiree, how you feeling?
You know, like I said, I'm excited. It's mystery in the air. You know, we're in that final weekend of the season. Everything that these teams have been working for, all coming down to these final matches, and it's just you get your adrenaline. Even as a caster, you know, your adrenaline gets going. Your heart starts pumping. You feel like you're part of the game just because it's so intense. The action is so intense, and I know that the audience gets going too. I know that some of these matches get your heart racing, and I really hope that we get more of those today in the NA final, semifinals here. I'm not semi, closed qualifiers, jeez, and
close enough.
I think we will. You know.
Oh, absolutely. I was just saying that to you right before we went live again, just between rounds, right? It's, you know, we have the OCE finals, we have the European finals, the North American finals, all three regions basically on different thirds of the day spread out. You know, there for all of them because, you know, after this weekend, I'll catch up on sleep. But the thing is, once that adrenaline starts going as a caster, I know I'll be good. I could go into a match feeling, wow, I need to get some sleep. Nope, never mind, because we have Illuminati and Synapse. There's no sleep necessary. They're going to wake me up within minutes. So I am all here for it, and I absolutely agree.
Well, you know, even you've had a long day, Pally, so it's okay if you have a right to be a little bit tired outside of these adrenaline moments. You've been doing non-stop work this weekend, and it's just been very impressive, I think is the word I'm looking for. So very well done to you. And you know what? I can bring that energy because I'll tell you, you've been nothing but infusing it into me all day today. EU was fantastic. The games were so insane, so fun to watch. And again, my heart was going in venues. I was cheering. I was shooting confetti out of my hands. It was exciting stuff. And, you know, I'm even more excited now to be casting these matches because, again, I want to get that feeling going again. I want to see some incredible play. I think we're just waiting on a reconnect from a fourth, and we're going to be getting into our first game of the day. I mean, just minutes away, hopefully.
Yeah, that's definitely the ideal here. So just waiting on, it looks like Burbs to come in, or potentially they also have Alduin rostered as well as kind of, from my knowledge, Alduin, you know, a really great player in season 1. Witnessing him on the cast, but also as far as Illuminati goes, been here kind of learning from this team, this championship caliber team, and doing good. You know, credit to them for just willing to, you know, kind of be a part of these new young guns of sorts. And I say that just in the sense that, you know, the players here on Illuminati, literally all of them are OGs. We got Burbs crashing again, it looks like. But anyway, all originals for Echo since 2017. I mean, I've known every single one of these guys and competed against them I don't know how many countless times. It's very cool to see them, one, at the high level here, still competing at the top. And number two, kind of mixing in, like I said, the new blood. Kind of the future of Echo, as we've seen with the Quest in recent months. The 4 times higher participation in VRML now, with well over 1,000 players participating, 150 subs this season, 170 to 180 teams. I mean, it's been ridiculous, and now with the Quest 2 looming soon, it's gonna even grow more in the very near future.
It's a very exciting time to be getting into Echo Arena, to be getting into VR, and to be getting into VR esports. You know, we are just exploding as a league, and I'm so excited for the future, for what we're, everything that's going to be coming down the pipeline later on with more It's just, there's so much to look forward to. In addition to the Quest 2, I'm very excited about the future of the VRML, and I mean, this is sort of the future right here, right? This is the culmination of 2 seasons of meta changing with the 4 players a team. You know, it's so fun to watch, because you still don't know what you're going to get. You still don't know if teams are going to be breaking out new strats, new rollouts. It's just always a fresh experience.
And this is exactly what Squidward meant when he said future all along, because the future is now, the time is now. Throwback to that favorite phrase in the community, at least among us, talking about Connect last year and how that was kind of the start of VRML's introduction into Echo Arena and adopting that as part of the league. And for those who don't know, VR Master League, if you're here tuning in, especially again in venues or Twitch, Facebook Live, and YouTube, this is all community driven. This is the players who cast this game, who play, obviously, and everyone who lends their efforts into this, our moderators especially, giving them full credit frequently, because man, do they deserve it. But we're all players of Echo. We're all fans of VR. This is what we're here for. This is what we're here doing before, we were involved in leagues. And now we're just kind of coming under an umbrella to do it here as part of VRML and just continue to grow that scene. But it's been phenomenal in just a short, not even a year, and we're just seeing this growth balloon in the community and with VR just in general. It's been great.
Yeah, and I mean, it's open to all sorts of skill level. You see these players playing. These are the top of the top. These are the best players in the league. They are the most experienced, hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the game. There are also players that have put a lot less, that have put 10, 15, 20 hours, that play on teams actively. And, they're just in a different division. There's all kinds of skill ranges in the league. And so, no matter how good or how bad you are, there's a space to join in. And especially with the Echo community, it's so welcoming to new players that if you want to learn the game, you can learn it.
Well, the beauty of it is just the fact that I said this going into the Quest release and when it was still in beta, but I love the fact that, among the Quest community, this was really their chance to learn the game together. We've had new waves of players come in for the PC version, in 2017, 18, 19, but never to this degree as with the Quest. So this was really the opportunity for them to come into the game in droves, just so many people. All at the same time, kind of learning together, similar to what we had before. Talking about me and some of the other original players, but even with an increased amount of content now and stuff to look over and to study from and to learn from, which is why you're seeing the new crop of players performing at such a high level as we level off and start round 1, ladies and gentlemen, here in the finals, first round of the bracket for the finals of North America.
Might have heard a sigh of relief from you there. We bought you enough time to get you to the action, and now a good clear down range from Illuminati. They're trying to set up inside the zone of Synapse here. Disc in hand for Wit. Talked about him in the pre-show, and a fantastic entry to this team. The steal coming in from Zach W, and he's going to have a free and easy clear. This might be a shot on goal. No, the stack's going to be down in time, even if it was an accurate one. Definitely ready for that potential shot. Defense here setting up now into the 3v2. There's an opportunity open for Synapse to set something up here. There's the full Illuminati defense in bubble now ready.
And right in the back line, .com ready to receive that pass. Nice and easy, just backing it out. Seeing that calm play, and you know what? Just this first minute alone is a stark contrast to what we saw with EU earlier on, where it was so breakneck, as is the case. And I love that style of gameplay. I love this style of gameplay. Is the thing. They're great for different reasons. But the execution here coming in, but look at that speedy B, the grab, the clear, it's out of here, and so are the players on the speed. So now starting to pump it up, but now locking it down. Take that back, he took it back, and so does Saluna with a clear down left.
Like that steal, almost had an opportunity there, but the full defense was in position. They had 2 inside goal. Would have been a very impressive 2-pointer if he had been able to put that in, but no dice. And Synapse doing a good job of not allowing Illuminati to set up off these clears. As I say that, a bad clear coming in from Synapse, and Illuminati is going to be able to set up a good pass to the backside of the zone. Does get intercepted and cleared here from Synapse, and now Synapse going to try something out here. The stack not going to be here in time. Doesn't need to be. .com.
Of course. What more should we expect than more of that? Look, some luck, some skill. Understand this. We've seen this. I think this is the 3rd or 4th time, considering EU as well. This has happened. Some luck, some skill. They know generally where to put it. A ridiculous way to get started for Synapse. They are going to take the points any way they can get it. Yeah, a few minutes in now as Illuminati tries to roam for a very fundamental passing play on the cutting wit.
I mean, we're off to the races. What a fantastic answer back from Illuminati. Seconds after being scored on, they get themselves a 2-point, cut that 3-point lead down to 1. A really nice answer back, but yeah, wow, what a fantastic toss. And honestly, a bit of a, I don't say a misplay, but a miss, a huge miss, obviously, on that side of Illuminati to not snag that floating disc off of that clear. And now we'll see if Synapse maybe can set something up again. If we see any long-range shots here, that could have been a potential there for Saluna. Wit was sitting in goal, so certainly would have been a tough shot. But here is going to be set up the pass to the bottom of the zone. Comes up top, but Andy W going to be there for interference. Speedy V also. Sorry, Speedy V, not Andy W. He's got my names mixed up.
Yeah, Andy W is on a different team at the moment. You got Zach W here, though, for sure. But Andy's presence always felt on stream, certainly, and even on the cast whenever I go to the whole, the Verbage. His favorite, disgusting. And right now, well, I think in the comms, they're discussing what they need to do to break through this defense from Illuminati, because they are holding it together. Granted, they can't get the clears going, but they're really forcing Synapse to kind of take extra time before finding their next goal here, courtesy of Saluna from Zach on the pass.
And I mean, get your notebook out and start taking down notes, because that's a textbook play right there. They're drawing out the defense just like you're exactly how they wanted to. They pull them out of the bubble, and then as soon as defense is out of that bubble, or at least at the edge of it, you see the pass to the backside of the zone, right into the bottom of the zone, and they set up for that 2-pointer. Really nicely executed, and here comes Illuminati. Synapse on the backside, able to stun out and get disc in hand. They are not letting up on this momentum, and they want to keep piling on to this 3-point lead.
That they do. That said, trying to deny it and maybe offer a rebuttal. Let's see, there's a short-range boost coming through, even some punches being flung just because they could. That said, there's the huge dog pile just at the entrance of the tunnel, so getting lost in the mix and just kind of allowing .com over here a time and a half to collect the disc before finding a nice and easy pass to Saluna, and looks like in the midline will be Bowtie Speedy, but unable to get into the goal. But same can be said for the disc, so that's going to be a miss. But another attempt here to Rosie Hope, and right down the middle on the dump.
Like I said, Synapse trying to run away with the momentum right now. They are doing such a good job on defense of just getting the disc into their hands. Great intercepts, great stuns. Illuminati is just not able to set up on offense. They're constantly on their heels, trying to prevent Synapse from charging forward. That was a potential blitz there, and a really nice headbutt to get the disc into Saluna's hands. Here comes the 2v1, the stun on the goal, and the 3-pointer. Saluna.
So many reasons that play worked. A very coordinated effort. You watch it in real time, you just kind of, all you see, or at least especially for players who may be tuning in, not as familiar with the game or the meta or, you know, the intricacies. You see that in real time and it's like, well, nice play, they got a 3, that's all I know. But then when you break it down, slow motion, you can just see so much going into the timing to make those kind of plays work, and the communication, knowing what they're going for. So excellence here from these teams and from Synapse as they pull ahead by 8 points, still 4 minutes remaining in this first round.
And I mean, at this level, you can't count teams out with an 8-point lead. And I think Synapse know that, you know, and if they don't, they're going to get a rude awakening here, because Illuminati are finally getting some sort of offensive setup here. Really great coverage on the man-to-man, though. Does make it challenging. Speedy V able to get a good setup from QL Young. The stun there on goalie as well opens up that 2.
And both times they've scored now has been on plays similar to that, right? When, like you said, for Illuminati, they're a team who definitely their stacks are nothing to shake a stick at. They are a quick team,
Yeah.
but traditionally, especially in these longer form tournaments, these cups at the end of the seasons, I mean, we've seen them. They are very good and comfortable when they're executing there slowly but quickly. Is Rosie and getting the goal to go. It's 4 points now for Illuminati, 12 for Synapse, and continuing just to pile it on.
That highlight is the rollout. That was a fantastic rollout from them. A great pass down to the tunnel, an excellent setup down to the bottom of the zone. Really, I mean, that is exactly how they want to execute that play to a T. And now you see Illuminati attempting something here, but similar there, but got stunned out. Synapse just doing a great job of getting their hands on disc and preventing, again, Illuminati from setting up. Those stuns are so key. This is a nice little pass. Almost goes into Mailsot. There's the rebound. Like I said, you can't count Illuminati out. 3 points.
Absolutely not. Count them out, that is, because right now they counted 1, 2, 3 on the board, up to the tune of 7 as, Synapse has just dropped a player, so you might be seeing a timeout here shortly. I can only imagine. There it is. But on that note, after the first couple scores from Illuminati were more of those kind of crosses in front of goal that they like to go to, well, that time we have a score just on a breakaway from QL Young, who definitely can hit from the deep field if that.
The time was 2 minutes 30 seconds. The time. But the time was 2 minutes 30 seconds before. Well. Yeah, that sounds about right. I looked at it before. So. Anyway, that was a fun minute.
Thanks, guys. Sorry.
I think we need the time, right?
I thought Sooner had the time.
No, there's nothing set.
Oh. I didn't see. Hey,
What?
Pally.
What? The time was 2 minutes 30 seconds, if that's what you're asking. Or 35 works too. Then it was 12. Yeah. Perfect. YouTube just crashed again.
Nice.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, please don't ready up, please.
Well, actually, in the rules,
It's in. Oh, hey.
I just spun around and you handed it to me.
Hey. We're ready when you guys are.
Sorry again, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
He just crashed again.
A lot of people I know coming in hyping up these matches, and for a very good reason, as we do try to bear through the reconnects and kind of feel out what's going on here. Of course, over on VRML Channel 1, don't you forget, we also have a Spaghetti and Frostbite that's being casted by SirDimwi and Dano McFabulous. So there's some action going on there, but we do have Synapse's player return once more, and we're looking to get it going pretty soon.
Wow. Frostbite. I mean, spoilers. You don't want to know.
I mean, I guess it's my job to know, so go ahead.
I'm saying if you don't want to know and you're in chat, you want to watch the VOD, guard your ears. Frostbite has taken the first round against Spaghetti. Spaghetti is now vying for that second round, doing very good, 13-2 with about half of the round left. But I think that could be going to a third map potentially, and that's a heck of a series there. You got a heck of a series here.
You remember what I mentioned in the pre-show about Frostbite? Despite some of the comments and things like that, this is a time where you basically show if those are right or wrong. Not going to speak too soon because it's still ongoing, but just saying they're still not at this level by mistake, right? Regardless of who wins between those two teams, I mean, it's a game, it's a match. Not a surprise at all, but still exciting to hear because that's going to be a one to watch later for sure as we do launch out here and continue this round. So here we go, ladies and gents, welcome back.
Oh no, as they start, they have the disconnect, and so they are quickly down to 3, a power play, if you will, for Illuminati at a very positive time, a very key time for them, if you will. Getting that 2-pointer off the backboard, Speedy V, and I mean, yeah, there's only so much time you can allot for timeouts and for players to try and get their connections sorted. It's incredibly unfortunate that is the situation right now.
And just a real quick, barring some trolling, which is always a reality sometimes, but you wouldn't do that to me, right, Twitch? No game audio, apparently, just an FYI. To our people in the back line, we'll get that taken care of really, really quickly here. Don't you worry. And we're good to go. So thank you. And apparently, see, we weren't being trolled. I knew it. They wouldn't do that to me. Over here, though, Burbs, they're definitely going to try and do this to them as that shot just barely misses. Really taking advantage of the numbers. That said, Saluna getting back here. So we got 4 on 4. I mean, not too much damage done necessarily with 1 minute left. I mean, still the lead going to Synapse, and an opportunity here, though, coming in from Illuminati. So a goal, a walk in, and with success. It's a 1-point game.
Wow. I mean, Synapse did so well there to at least shut down more points being scored while they were down a player in that 3v4. Saluna is now back, and so they're into the 4v4. They're going to have Disc in their hands. It's an incredibly important defensive setup here for Illuminati. They need to get the intercept. They need to not allow any more shots on goal, and that's a botched pass now. Goes into the hands of Illuminati. They're going to set up the push here, the stack. An open goal, no, quickly defended. And that's going to slow up the Illuminati's push. They're going to do a back pass and try and set something up proper.
Yeah, that they are. You mentioned, see, that window was open only briefly. Illuminati here, out of the brinks, could come out here. Let's see, with a passing play. They did this earlier to success, and they finished it with success. It's QL Young to Burbs. And that was all she wrote for this round.
You know, I talked about it. The momentum for Synapse was really going strong. They were really doing a great job of shutting down Illuminati, and to have that long of a break, it's definitely a factor in how loose Synapse was going into this later half of round 1. Illuminati doing so good to come out the gate and play aggressive, capitalizing on advantages, and ultimately coming out on top for the first round. But if you're Synapse, you got to have a fire lit now underneath you, going into round 2. I expect them to be coming out aggressive.
Yeah, that is tough. The crash, had occurred there. It's still a not comfortable lead, but a lead for Synapse.
Yeah.
And just as quickly, as you say that and look at the score, well, just suddenly it fades away. A couple shots in a row there in the last minute, and furthermore, that control, Illuminati, they opened up the round, not scoring a lot, unable to really get that going. But the plays that they did get, the first couple, were off those passes, those cuts, those kind of set up offenses. That time, trying much of the same thing to finish it, and they did. I think it was QL hit the brakes and just found the pass right to the easy does it dunk. Nothing easy about the play itself, but the finish, certainly. I mean, that is as close to the goal on a pass reception as you can get.
Yeah. And it's the passes like that I always find interesting, because it's so hard for a goalie to react to, right? Because you think, oh, that's a shot that's going to go wide. Do I invest in diving for it? Or do I look for the shot off the backboard then? And then to have suddenly the disc in the hand of an enemy going in front of you, there's so much to factor into those passes as a goalie that they're great little. It's a great way to sort of juke the goalie, if you will.
Yeah. Absolutely, and really you need all the little advantages that you can pick up at this level of play. It really comes down to the smallest things. A lot of them aren't even things you can notice easily, at least. They're not as obvious as just you pass, you shoot, A to B, but there's a lot of minutia when it comes to high-level play, and just in terms of how you utilize every second. I think the most important thing, if you just pay attention to literally, among these top teams, any of the individual players, you'll observe them moving with a purpose, essentially. They're not caught disc watching all too often. It's basically you're maximizing your time. You're relying on your teammates as your eyes and ears for the things you need to know. But that being said, it's just not a time where you're kind of roaming aimlessly. You're moving with a purpose. You're looking for someone to grab, someone to punch. Maybe you're trying to give a line of sight to your teammates, make sure there's the floor is spread nicely and you can have multiple options. I mean, it's just all those little advantages that matter so much here. And that said, round 2. Off we go. See if Synapse can make a return. They do, at least for the first play. Saluna with a 3.
Again, starting off this round with a 3-point, a great way for Synapse to kick things off. That one, a bit more deliberate than the shots that started off round 1. But either way, nice execution. And like I said, those shots are not easy. So good job making that open 3-pointer. And now we'll see what Illuminati, can do here on the offense. And as I say that, the clear gets intercepted by Synapse. Now inside Illuminati's zone, Synapse going to do something here, setting up with that 3v3. A good pass to the bottom of the zone. Nice bounce off of it. Bit of a slow, a nice cross to the center. Saluna, the 2-point shot to the bottom of the goal, just underneath the goalie's hands.
All right, Saluna 22 with 2 twos here in round 2, and that is the truth. Looking good to start off here with just a minute off the clock so far. So happy to see that from Synapse in the sense that because of the disconnect that occurred, a minute and a half or so left. It's easy for a team to see that loss happen and then feel like, well, we're just gonna wave the flag. We're out of it emotionally. We can't handle this. It's out of our control, and those situations, they can pile on a team. But for Synapse here, they're just showing that they can still come out of the gates hot, just as much as Illuminati, with a very, very well placed pass and just fundamentally, straight on in on the goalkeeper. Not much interference being ran.
Yeah, they really just. Witt did a good job of getting up there. Watching the replay, he did a nice job of setting up off of that backboard, sort of almost hit himself there before, and then suddenly was on the backboard, and a great pass to recognize that open opportunity. Nice bit of anchor shot to get that too, and Illuminati have answered back, shutting down that 5 unanswered points. Now they have disc in hand, and they're setting up inside Synapse's zone. And they're taking their time about doing it. They're playing it conservatively. They want to make sure that this setup doesn't go to waste, because it's not often that they do get these chances. Synapse have done great at preventing these setups from even happening.
That said, trying to get it going there, but see how they just swarm all over Speedy. Still, though, they're going to find the lane. Couldn't convert on that shot, but Speedy, just getting stunned out. I'm not even sure he knew he had the disc at first, but was trying to turn around just to find the angle to shoot it from with no momentum as it does sail. Almost into the goal again. We saw that earlier from .com, I believe, as Saluna. Talk about being linked in on that one. Just meaning nothing but business for Saluna.
That was again, those open threes, not easy. Almost missed it. Had that sort of high angle coming down on the goal and hit the bottom side of the goal. But still, the three is in, and 6-point lead. Certainly comfortable for Synapse, but we've seen Illuminati come back from exactly this. So, again, can't count them out, and they are setting up inside the zone.
All right, here we go. Wits just surveying the situation and absolutely on Illuminati. That's how they won the preseason championships, for that matter. It was just the comeback factor. It was staying kind of calm and steady, not getting worried, especially with this much time on the clock, not getting worried about seeing the disadvantage. They know exactly what their game plan is. Every time they come into a match, they are a team that prides itself on just great execution and not really straying away from their game, as a Wit, the aggressive juke maneuver to buy him the goal.
Wit with, again, the backboard maneuvers there, getting himself that too. Very nicely done. And again, we talked about him in the pre-show. He is a key element to this Illuminati team since he's been added, and he's very often in these plays. He's that front runner that gets this Illuminati team set up like they have been, and now we'll see if he can assist in the defense, as Synapse are doing a great job with the setup, and he does. Burb's actually the one to get that block, stun, and intercept.
Now, sometimes you don't see Burbs in the goal nearly as much as I'm used to when I used to play him years ago. He can get it done any day, every day. That was a phenomenal grab. That said, unfortunately for them, Saluna is just going to continue to open fire on that goal. 10 points, all for Saluna in round 2 for Synapse. Wow.
Yeah. I want to talk about having a game. Saluna coming in. Again, coming out of that round 1 loss, I said Synapse are going to have a bit of a fire lit underneath them. Saluna is the one that has that fire lit underneath them. So many points scored. Another 3-point shot coming in there. Just missed off of the outside of the goal.
Definitely not bashful. In fact, gonna try it again. Body blocked the goalie and just opened it up for another connection. That was, I believe, Rosie just bothering and running interference. 13 points in round 2 for Synapse, for Salunaps here. 4.5 left.
I haven't seen body blocking very often, and I don't know if it's something that's just hard to set up properly, but either way, the 3-point shot.
Oh no.
Don't even have time to set up for the start of that joust. Zach W gets the intercept and throws the 3-pointer in. What a... Oh no, Synapse are just running away with momentum right now.
Yeah, what? Wow. After losing and essentially a buzzer beater, there's no time left in round 1 when that last score came from Illuminati. So, I mean, what a turnaround in this second round, and a tremendous job from Synapse. And, Saluna definitely the hot hand, but I mean, being so enabled by the teammates here. You mentioned a moment ago, as a lot of brawls go through, and now maybe a chance to hold that thought, because Speedy is there. So are other players just speeding by and allowing him to just roam and find the goal. But just real quick, I smile at that comment you made. You're talking about body blocking. Something I used to do quite a bit. Not something you always want to or should do, and there's a balance in there. You don't want to get too caught up in it, but it was definitely something I did an awful lot on goalies back in the day. I think it became a little less effective over time as goalies got better, but it's still a handy tool if you use it correctly and sparingly sometimes.
This game is moving fast. The pace has been picked up here by the likes of Illuminati. They are trying to come back from this 10-point deficit right now. They are not letting up, and honestly, they have time. 3 minutes left on the clock. They're looking good right now. They've definitely stepped up the pace a little bit here. Going into the later half of this round, they're starting to play a little bit faster. Their passes are on point. Now they're setting up inside zone of Synapse. As I say that, a missed pass slows down that momentum, and you have to set, a good pass to the backside of the zone. No, the stun, the intercept coming in.
Phenomenal defense again and again. Synapse starting to light it up now defensively as they send it way down the floor, prepared for that stack. That immediate boost was already halfway down the floor before that pass went out, but it just met them halfway. So fantastic play being shown here, and with 2 minutes remaining, a good bounce delivery that's going to get to Saluna for that bottom pocket shot. A nice feed though from .com, and Saluna continuing to finish strong here on these assists, which, by the by, I saw a comment there in Twitch about that. And I concur, absolutely. It's why I bring up, the body blocking and what the other players are doing. It's easy even for the casters to get caught up in it sometimes, right? Like, oh, they're scoring, score. It's the immediately obvious thing, but for sure, like I said, not to focus on one player, because really being enabled heavily by the teammates is Saluna. As much as anything, it's a team game, and cohesive are Synapse in round 2.
If you're Illuminati right now, you just got to play meta, right? Not bring anything crazy to the field. You don't want to show any plays that maybe you've worked up over the course of the downtime you've had. There was a potential, again, 3-point shot coming in.
Oh, a headbutt 3-point shot, I believe, was the intention. Only seen that once in competitive play successfully. Headbutt 3. I just like the boldness to attempt that here in a big match situation.
But I mean, if you're Illuminati, you really just need to stay in it right here. You've won the first round. This is an interesting shot. Ooh, that could have been potentially headbutted in, but they opt to go for the 2-pointer just to get some points on the board. But you need to do just that. You need to keep putting points on the board, stay loose and stay focused. You can't let this round 2 loss affect you. And if you sort of just let the other team score points on you, or you surrender to the fact that you can't come back from the deficit, it's not going to do you any justice for round 3. And so you can see Illuminati is coming in here, even though they cannot come back in this round. They are still playing aggressive, trying to get their hands on the disc. The mail slot shot coming in from Saluna just missed.
So unlucky.
And Burbs with that disc now, trying to clear it out, maybe find one last consolation point here. But to what you said, to your point there, Knight, the funny thing is, maybe not funny, but just fact, I'm not even worried for Illuminati, because I've seen them in this position multiple times, whether it's in the context of finals caliber postseason matchups. Maybe one more shot here. Nope, just going to be snagged out by Zax with good defense. But like I said, it's kind of the textbook for Illuminati. If they drop games, they still can come back in and be efficient the next round. Even a few weeks ago, they had a really versus Ignite. I don't know who, anyone who's maybe saw that clip would know. One of the most unusual finishes I've ever seen to a match or a round, legitimately. A pass attempt from one side of the floor bounced off the trench and wound up in a self-goal, which enabled Ignite the next play around to intercept it again and get a game winner in round 2 versus Illuminati. Yep. But Illuminati came back the next round and still won. That is kind of my point. Illuminati's done this multiple times. They're not a team that they get down. They don't really stay there. They can get out just as easily as they get in, basically.
Speaking of comments in chat, someone said Saluna versus Illuminati. You look at the stat line, it certainly feels like that at some points. 21 points scored for Saluna. You want to come in to the playoffs, to the potentially final, to the final weekend of your season 2, playing like that is very impressive.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's almost warrants an adjustment in strategy, targeting Saluna specifically, maybe putting a double team on Saluna to prevent them from being able to score so many points, find so many 3-point opportunities.
Yeah, well, definitely, it's kind of one of the tough balances you tend to get is, we are bad on that. We'll fix that overlay really quickly there. My apologies. But that being said, with Saluna, and with players in general, the thing is, it's just, hold on, as it may be a play developing there, but
yep.
I wanted to point out on the stat sheet as well, the possession time actually, and again, courtesy to Ignite, by the way, mentioned a minute ago, helping with our our stat overlays and doing a phenomenal job to get those great stats presented beautifully for you. Now, that said, play unfolding here. Possession time for Synapse, despite all the score. It's not as if, it was one person, it wasn't Saluna controlling the disc the full amount. It was actually pretty close up and even. So, in other words, it was still a team effort. They just found the right passes at the right time as much as anything.
Synapse putting up a 2-pointer there. .com finds a nice bit of pass work, and they're off to the races again. Every round they've had the lead to start it off. They've won that joust, and it's been Illuminati coming out on the offensive joust, trying to fight back. Let's see if they can do that now. It is a 2-point lead instead of 3 this time. Not as daunting. They can certainly tie things up with 1 goal and first they have to get their setup inside the zone of Synapse. That has been a challenge for them so far this series, and again, it is here at the start of this round as Synapse get their hands on disc, go for a setup of their own on offense, do a bit of a missed pass there, gets punished and slapped away by Illuminati.
And breaking through that defense of Synapse will be a tough task in regular season, absolutely, but even in postseason, maybe making a tradition of just that stalwart defense. Oh, wow. Okay, comms on point. That's tap pass. Ooh, that was perfect. Thing of beauty from Saluna to Zach. Love that.
Very, I mean, the pass work, so nice to watch there, and they're so aggressive right now going into this third round. They're blitzing out with that double stack, trying to get in the face of the offensive joust, trying to disrupt their setup right out the gate. Wit's trying to get his team back in order here, and a missed pass is going to get punished. And that's the real bane of oh no, the 3-point shot coming in. That's it.
There it is.
We talked about it, right? We talked about those 3-pointers. While they have been successful for Saluna and the like, for of Synapse today, they have their risks, and that is one of them. The stack can get back in time, and that's a really nice adjustment from Illuminati. They recognize that Synapse is taking these open goal threes. Synapse, no reason not to. They've been making them. But Illuminati finally adjusting their stack presence there, able to get that one intercept. There's the 1v1. .com says no dice, gets his hands on it and clears it out.
Cancels that upload for sure. And yeah, sometimes it's, hold on, that shot attempt, maybe boost coming through now from behind, but you see that sometimes kind of a double-edged sword. .com will play aggressively at the goal at times. Sometimes goes against Synapse, other times it does lull defenses into taking shots they maybe thought they had, and then suddenly .com will grab it out of the air. We've seen that happen just as much as anything, so it's definitely a balance that he treads, but that's the kind of margins you got to play sometimes at this level. It's not even just about straight up sitting in the goal anymore. Sometimes you got to bait, sometimes you got to dive. What a dive on that one. Look at that stoppage right before that disc would have been in.
Synapse again down to 3, doesn't matter. Rosie Hope able to get down there with Zach W on the 2-man stack and find that 2-pointer. 6-point lead now for Synapse. 6 minutes left on the clock for Illuminati to mount some sort of comeback, but we are into this third round, and it all comes down to this. The reconnect comes in, so we're back to 4 for Synapse and no more man advantage. But Illuminati still, though, setting up inside the zone. The shot, the pass to the back with Burbs, finding it in for 2.
Yeah, so just the reconnect right as the catapults were about to launch out, but a connection coming from Wit to Burbs, and no, again, just really playing the pressure and trying to take advantage of maybe some still a bit off-balance defense. They tried to kind of regather themselves a bit. So with 5.5 minutes left here in this third round, that long launch that we see oftentimes from Synapse, getting all the way down to that Pac-Man area. Zach over to Saluna, Saluna over to Rosie. Rosie is gonna bring it right in, and they're gonna go up now 8-2. Great assist there, and just the same as Illuminati, just bring it right in there with those cross passes from that front, and it's gonna get you a lot of nice opportunities if you're able to execute.
Those passes are so fast and so accurate. It is such an underrated skill that both of these teams are constantly demonstrating. You know, the missed passes get punished, but they're not very often. If they are, the team's gonna have a tough time setting up on offense. I mean, we have sort of seen a few missed passes from Illuminati result in a tough time for them setting up. As I say that, they find a couple of good ones. Bit of an odd backboard setup there from Burb. The nice cross to the center of QL Young. Sniped through a couple of defenders for 2.
If I didn't have a really heavy wooden table in front of me, I would have jumped and banged my knees, because, man, that was congested, and yet the execution still flawless, at least after the self pass there initially in that backboard attempt. But we won't talk about that. The execution after, it was nice, and that was what they needed to cut the lead now. You know, basically in half. Synapse up by 4, Illuminati with 4. More importantly, Illuminati with a disc. This is why I said earlier, going into the end of the second round, not really worried for Illuminati, knowing what they've done in the past, coming out of big losses or just any losses in general. They can come back among the best of them. What a grab from Wit, though. But Zach, right back.
He is trying so hard to put his team into the good setup positions. The mail slot shot does not get put into the proper position. Gets bounced off the Geode. As I say that, Rosy Hope here going to set something up. A good pass to the cross center. Oh, the dive and stun was there, but the disc ends up floating into goal for 2. Synapse now with a 6-point lead. It's going to be 2 threes or 3 twos or a variety of those for Illuminati to get back in on. I don't know. Synapse are doing so good at just shutting down Illuminati's offensive setup.
So far, but we're still at this point. I mean, look, there's a speed coming in from Synapse there, but we're really just a score or 2 or even just 1 3-pointer away from this still being right up in there. They can do it for sure, but Wit is going to juke around before finding a short pass to QL. See, like I said, they're not really getting worried. They're still trying to execute with some good spacing. You see the triangles forming. You see the good coverage from Synapse. Oh, but look at the pickup. What a passing play. That was beautiful from Illuminati to bring it back within 4. Picturesque.
Really nicely done there. Again, textbook passing work, and that's what it takes to score against these top teams. Textbook passing work. They showed it off there, and you're right, 2:20 left. They're only 4 points out. See how they come out on the defense here. If Synapse can set something up, they've had great rollouts on the offensive joust for Synapse. I think that's been a key element in them consistently answering back to Illuminati's shots on goal. And a bit of an awkward back pass does go into the hands of Burb. This is going to be an open goal 3 opportunity there. I think that was an attempted shot, but doesn't get the bounce he's looking for. And now you can see Illuminati just trying to get themselves going. A bit of a pass work here. Synapse able to get set up back on defense inside the zone. That could have been a huge pass to Speedy. VA snagged that one. The defense in the face of Speedy here to prevent that from happening, and the pass goes just a bit wide. The disc floundering between Illuminati and Synapse.
Even some of what just happened there, following that double knockout near that disc, that's something you can go slow down later and look at. There was actually a few great grabs in there. That said, oh, look at the shot attempt. It's going to be stopped, stifled, and right down, rifling it into the other end. A deep stack coming from both teams. A big pickup here coming in from Synapse, perhaps. No, and that's going to be slung out now to the side over by the wedge. There is 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. This is a 3rd round here in this match. I mean, anything that happens is going to be important for either side. We could be seeing either ice from Synapse or some breath and some heart being shown to keep them alive. Maybe. Oh, baby, it's Speedy V. The big grab in the clear, but the intercept from Zach.
Living up to his name, indeed, getting back in time, but still Synapse do not let up, and they do not allow Illuminati to come back in this 3rd round. That is going to be the icing on the cake. They could score 2 threes. But I don't know. In 30 seconds time, I just don't think it's mathematically possible.
Possible, just unlikely. Again, it would be one of those situations where very, very unlikely would happen, which has happened before. But let's see. That deep fling, I mean, in itself was almost bounced off the backboard. Had that gone in, that could have been the window. That said, window is now closed, and wow, what a series that this has been in the third round. But the first round of the brackets here in this 2-day event. So, I mean, the good is just going to keep getting better.
I know, we're just getting started in the NA closed qualifier. This is, this is what I was hoping for. Exactly to a T. Fantastic series to kick things off, and only more to come. You know, we have games going live I don't know if it's live right now. We have other matches live on our Echo Arena VRML channel in addition to this one. And if you're in venues, I hope you're enjoying the action, because it is going to be nonstop.
Oh, I certainly expect that they are. Wherever you're joining us, whether it's venues, YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitch, this is what it's all about. This is months of work coming down to plays like we saw there. Shout out real quick, even though they were scored on shortly after, man, that save from Speedy, I believe, swooping in out of wow. Plays like that is the things that just get me kind of on my feet, figuratively as a caster. Again, don't want to damage things around me, but I mean, if I had the room, I'd be up over things like that, and that was just phenomenal play. But yeah, this is a double elimination tournament. Keep in mind, this was still the first round of the brackets. So that said, Illuminati taking the loss here, they're still going to find themselves in the lower brackets with a chance to come back here in this tournament. So they are not out of it yet. But that said, for the side of Synapse, they're going to be happy, especially after some, first round. What's the word? Incongruencies. That's probably a thing. I don't know. But after some things occurred that could have broken the spirit in a sense, well, you know what? They stuck to it. They came back, and thus, Synapse will go on to face Team Joker in the bracket. So tough task ahead of them for sure.
Yeah, not an easy one. On the other stream, Spaghetti came out on top. So they're going to be moving on and facing off against Kangarills.
Mm-hmm. All
Some
right,
good
well,
matches.
Well, that said, we are going to break for the moment and just a brief intermission as we start switching up and finding our place in the servers and with these teams. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. We will be back in a jiffy. Oh, back to VR Master League here in the second round, that is to say, of the brackets, the finals brackets. So we're getting ready, getting steady with Kangorillas and Spaghetti coming in off their victories in the first round of the brackets. Not easy for any of these teams, and it's telling NightFiree and Subtlety and Gilligan in here with me in the channel just before. The choices so difficult because everything on the plates is good today. But that is to say, we're going to be following here Kangorillas versus Spaghetti next round as well. We're going to see the winner, either Synapse or Joker of that other match as well, facing off against the winner here. So I mean, a lot of exciting stuff to come. NightFiree, how about what we've seen in that last round, and what we're looking forward to now here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what both these teams are going to bring to the plate. With Spaghetti, their first round, nearly losing to gosh, I'm trying to remember who they first the team they just went up against.
Frostbite, Spaghetti, Frostbite.
Yes, thank you. I dove into that match mid-match, and it was looking like Frostbite were certainly putting up a good fight against Spaghetti. They came back in those last 2 rounds, and so they're coming off of 2-round wins in essence. So they've got the momentum, and to that point, the same thing goes for Kangorillas here too. They've also come out 2-0 actually against Zero, so they haven't even had a loss on their plate yet. So both of these teams feeling good. They've got that I don't know, I wouldn't say momentum quite yet, but they're confident in themselves going into this match, and that really matters quite a bit when it comes down to this level of play. Confidence means a lot. It helps you executing their mechanics fundamentally, and it helps you deal with the pressure that is these high intensity games.
Absolutely, the intensity can be felt really everywhere. I mean, obviously the players more than anyone, but it really does have that reverberating effect where you just see everyone getting all hyped up from the casters' end, and especially the Twitch chat was definitely impressed with what they saw in those rounds and throughout the day as well. Seeing these upsets or near upsets you talked about against Spaghetti facing off against Frostbite in the last round, or in the on the other channel there by SirDimwi and Nano McFabulous. How that one would have been an upset again seeding wise had Frostbite taking it, but still took in the third rounds. It's no mistake for Spaghetti here. This is a team that kind of perennially, if that's even the right phrasing here, they are looked upon with less, I guess, solidarity in the sense that, okay, this team is definitely, they're legit. They belong. They're the number 3 seed. They should, they're a team that's controversial, as we mentioned in the pre-show, right? Because of their play style, not too dissimilar again from what we've seen in teams in the past, of the likes of Joker and what have you. So if you sleep on Spaghetti, that is when we've seen them actually punish. You're forgetting too, maybe, or maybe not, just rhetorically speaking, Spaghetti is a team that did give Joker their first loss. They've taken, Kang to some intense matches. They've taken, in fact, every team. Synapse, who we just saw in the last match. Spaghetti's taken games against Synapse. They are right here for a reason. Yep. And Kang is a big test for them, and I know they matched up non-streamed a couple weeks back, or not during venues, but I believe on alternative stream there by Minihad, and that one going favor of Kang. I know there were some issues here and there, but that said, this rematch now where it counts most of all in this postseason finals play. This is where it's going to come down to putting, again, money where your mouth is.
Yep. It's the culmination of everything they've worked for over the course of this entire season. All of the games they've played and fought to win come down to these final matches this weekend. Yep. And we don't have to wait anymore to see how Spaghetti and Kang are going to duke it out as we hop into round 1 of the series. The joust goes in favor, into the hands, of Loveridge, and a little bit of a back and forth here. The scramble, the shot coming in. Yes, just to the top of the goal by O.
By O. Think you mean ow, with a power move right into the goal. 2 points and nice placement right at the top. Kind of the counter Saluna in a sense, right? Saluna really favoring those bottom pockets. We saw Synapse. Well, ow, favoring the top there, and gets it to drop. Nice job.
Ooh, I like that maneuver there from Mad. Grabs the disc and then goes to the top of the ceiling, expecting that push from Oculusator and Ow. Now Sealable going to have his hands on disc, and this is Kangorilla's trying to slow the momentum down after losing that 2-pointer. It's also them drawing the defense out. I think they're trying to pull more than just the 2 that have so far committed.
Yeah.
But to Spaghetti's point, they don't need to invest that heavily in playing this aggressive. They have that advantage, albeit very small, and they can let Kangorillas come to them a little bit. As I say that, Kangorillas does get a good setup, a pass to the top of the zone, and a stud coming in from Al. The disc loose, but into the hands of Desirable, gets cleared.
All right, so Strem kind of going for that fake play into the goal, something that he'll throw in there. You know, season to season, definitely been scored on many a times in my Echo career off of moves like that from Strem, but being denied by Spaghetti, and now once and twice, it's Al yet again with a goal. They're up by 4 points now to start off this first round.
And, you know, certainly not a solo effort, even though the scoreboard would tell you otherwise. His full team there inside the zone, causing havoc, disrupting the goalie's efforts there, and ultimately opening up that opportunity for Al to find the 2.
Yeah. It's an interesting, I see some engagement going on Twitch about it too. I just want to touch on the fact that as Spaghetti, hold on, maybe look, bouncer. Thing is, if it was just so easy to juke and win your way to victory, everyone would do it, wouldn't they? It's a very interesting clash of styles because Kang is so controlled. Spaghetti, they can do that, but they kind of thrive on some chaos at times. They will throw in the jukes and the unexpected, and they've found themselves the 3rd place team in NA because of that. So with that said, they're going to have the offense here again as Meatballer does get stunned out, however.
Yeah, good bit of defensive work there from Loveridge, able to get that stun in the backside and prevent the setup. What was looking like a very good one from Spaghetti gets paused briefly. They try and get themselves back into the zone, but can't. And now Kangorilla is looking for something on the offense. The disc floats awry into the hands of Desirable, and he's going to clear that one.
And now desiring themselves some goals, some open ones maybe, trying to line it up, but no, couldn't quite find the right momentum, kind of an awkward fader. That said, oh, there's the jukes, there's the oops, they're up. 6, shutting out Kang so far. Still, only 3 minutes in, so, you know, for a team like Kangorillas, they're fine. But showing the firepower, now Meatballer fighting himself with some scores.
6-point lead, yeah, like you said, it's not too much. 6:45 on the clock, certainly nothing that Kangorillas can't deal with. And
yeah,
let's see though. So far, the defense of Spaghetti has been aggressive. The offense been looking clean, and now Kangorillas getting the one-on-one opportunity. No stacks coming in. Strembitsky with a bit of fancy handwork finds the goal.
And you see how he. Granted, the comms I'm sure were coming through regardless, but just double checking. Maybe his teammates were a little caught up in the midfield. But knowing what happened, you see the first attempt when Strem went in earlier from up top, tried to throw in a fake, got stunned instead. So that time when he was driving, he just checked behind the shoulder really quick, saying, I don't want to get stunned again. And I'm not. So I'm going to make my jukes happen, and I'm going to make this score happen now. That's another one buried, just like that, by Sealable Bag. It's a 1-point match.
That is a very quick 5 points put up by Kangorillas, and they have instantly shut down Spaghetti momentum with that 6-point lead. This is now down to just 1, and I'm sure Spaghetti starting to feel the pressure a little bit as Kang have upped their aggression just a tad, and now we'll see if they can set up. No, they can't. Loveridge not going to allow anything here. The open goal 3 comes in from Strem off the bottom of the zone.
The decisiveness. Before that disc even reached Strem, he knew where that was going. The shot attempt, the angle, it was tough, but no, he had full confidence. Yep, I'm going to shoot this one. I'm going to make this one. Loveridge, the nice dish. And just like that, you snap your fingers, and suddenly that shutout turned into a 2-point advantage for Kangorillas, and it might start to pile on some more as that flies right by the goalpost.
That was a very close shot just over the top of goal. Loveridge able to get the rebound and tries to set something up inside the zone, but gets denied with some good defensive stunning. Mad denies that clear. It was looking like a good one, but not anymore. Now Kangorilla is setting up here. The pass to the back of the zone. Tries to come around in the front. Able to react and slap it in.
Man, just as you compliment one defense here from Spaghetti, Kangarillas come back with the grab and the slap through. Sealable bag, putting it where it needed to be, and they're up by 4 with about 4.5 left, so right where Kangarillas need to be. Slower to start there earlier on, but certainly in the latter portions of this round, the last several minutes, they're picking up the pace, and Spaghetti now trying to just kind of keep up with it.
Bit of a battle for the disc here inside the zone of Kangarillas in the midfield there. The pass tries to get set to the top of the zone. Al not there in time. And the clear doesn't quite come through. Obviously, Spaghetti able to get their discs on the hands on the disc and find that 3.
One way or the other. That is a disc in the goal, and that is finally, after being scored on several times in a row by Kangarillas, starting to kind of find their rhythm. Well, Spaghetti trying to take it back. Like you said, Knight, being put in the high pressure situations. I don't know how Spaghetti fares inside a pressure cooker, but we're going to find out today against a championship caliber team and a world champion in Kang, as they just line up this play again. Strembitsky kind of deja vu and gets the 2.
They're trying to get away with this series in 2 right now. 3:15 on the clock. They've got themselves the 3-point lead, and it's not comfortable. Believe me, Spaghetti, with this offensive joust, looking to set something up here. Plenty of time to do it, and in reality, they really just need to go for 2 goals to make it easy on themselves. Although they've had some good 3-point opportunities, they are few and far between, and here comes the setup. Owl in the 1v1, quickly turns into a 1v4. He's going to have to backpass this as his team has to move up into the zone.
All right, well, Oculus Satyr going to move on up now. Less than 3 minutes remaining. They still have some time to work with as they go for a very good backboard pass. But look at that, man, lad, never bored on the defensive end, and never a dull moment when he's inside that goal. So a good save. Now butting it out, collecting it, shooting it, smooth in the motion, and they are finding their groove with 15-9 in round 1.
Wow, what a excellent shot there from Strembitsky. He is on point right now. 2 minutes left on this clock, and Kang are coming out the gate strong in this first round. We'll see how Spaghetti react. It's not over. 2 minutes left. The lead isn't insurmountable, but it certainly could become insurmountable if Sealable's able to get his hands on it. Tries the hands at the shot, just misses that mail slot. It's going to be Spaghetti with their defensive setup here, just trying to buy themselves some time so they can get the disc up through the midfield.
And it's been pretty effective at points, certainly, but that said, needing to find some scores here off of that defense. They did get the turnover cause, so they will collect it off the stack. Al just trying to brawl out some players before Oculus Satyr gets it through to cut it back down to only a 4-point differential. So still in this, but we're approaching that final minute of this first round.
And this is the moment that I wonder if teams just practice the last minute, being down by 2 goals in a minute, trying to come back from that. I know teams practice that blitz out the gate to try and get that intercept, but you know, I gotta wonder if teams put the effort in, because these moments happen so often. And here you see Kangarillas doing a great job setting up Strembitsky with the desirable this time. I thought that was Strem. It looked just like him.
I almost want to say seal. It was a goal made on the goalie, so it went off. Credited still there to Kang, but just off the body, which is, you know, with all the moves in the book being shown there. The pass, there was a 360, and then before the shot there was a 360. Unusual to see from Kang. I'm not complaining. They're going for it. And now they are definitely not complaining as they're in position to take this round. Not by the largest margins in the world, though. I mean, 19-11. Close right up until that final minute, but these last 2 goals will put it away.
7-6.
Yeah, that's going to be Kang taking round 1 and doing it pretty strongly. You know, I mean, this is a 19-11 victory. It's a lot to go into that round 2 with. You know, they are definitely looking to come into round 2 just as quick paced. And I mean, if you are going up against Kang right now, you got to be careful. You really have to readjust and slow them down. You know, that's going to be the key element, because they are playing so quick on offense the pass work is so clean. It's
you know, on that note too, I think part of that is because of Spaghetti's aggression that they do show. Because Kang, they are a team that can go fast. They commonly known as a team who does love to stall when the situation dictates or when they can force that pace. But I think I'm noticing here versus Spaghetti, and it's been an occurrence on pretty much every match I've casted for Spaghetti throughout the seasons. They do force this discomfort on teams and kind of force the pace to be faster on a lot of teams who otherwise might take it a bit slower. You know, they are not afraid to be aggressive. But granted, that said, that their bubble defense was also really good at junctures, but just the persistence from King and breaking through enough times to secure the victory. But again, it wasn't a blowout. It wasn't even close. It was right down to the final minutes. Yeah. And, you know, with that 19-11 score, fittingly high caliber is this match and really high tier. I'm excited to see round 2. And, you know, now that Kang got over that hump there, you know, that slower first few minutes, won that round. I mean, we'll see how it spells round 2 for Spaghetti. Like I said, if you sleep on Spaghetti, that's kind of when they're at their strongest, to be honest. So we'll see what happens here.
The joust going in to the hands of Kangarillas, already trying to play the game to their speed. You can see Spaghetti is getting up into the face of this defense, though. They're playing it aggressive in the midfield. Want to get their hands on disc. They can't, and now we'll see if Mad can set something up. A good pass to the top of the zone. Strembitsky with the shot that almost was a three-pointer. He nearly took it at the edge of that bubble, but it's going to be 2.
Strem continuing to just pile on the points. He is coming to this match laser focused, without a doubt. That's 14 on the board there for the high score on the series thus far. And just hoping to see a lot more of that. When Strem gets hot, he's one of those players who definitely, over the course of history, will just put on 20 easily on you. 25, 30 even, trying to go for a dirty play through all of that defense there. It's going to be retained by Loveridge in the goal.
Just off the bottom there of that goal, ends up dinging. Here's a good stack move coming in from Kangarillas, but the shot goes just a bit wide. Strembitsky able to get his hands on it, passes it up the setup, and Mad with a great quick pass from Sealable finds 2.
All right, so Mad securing that goal, and right back up now again. So good start, first couple of minutes, not blazing on the point totals quite yet, but as I said, just on a round-to-round basis, it's, you know, I think Kang does like to slow down when they can, but if they're, you know, given these avenues because of Spaghetti's aggression, and you know, they're able to get some of those loose discs, Kangarillas are an excellent team when it does come to punishing.
Spaghetti now trying their hand at offense. Kangarillas have not allowed this yet in this round. Oh, good bit of work there from Loveridge to prevent what was going to be a pretty nice setup there. I think that was a cross pass to the center. Ends up getting disrupted, and now the stack and clear coming in from Kangarillas inside the zone of Spaghetti. Good pass work here, good back and forth, just out of the reach of Al. Cross, no, Matt goes for the shot to the bottom of the zone. Strembitsky trying to run interference on the goalie. Actually,
look at those
ends up preventing that clear from coming in. Gets the stun, gets the disc. Can't quite get the setup he's looking for. As it now floats in the zone.
Got stunned out, but then the headbutt afterwards, just the amount of concentration and the open goal, maybe a threat, but weren't able to convert on it. So you're still seeing some really nice moves being shown here by the Spaghetti players. Al just brawling 2 or 3 different Kangos. That's actually going to open up this attempt, and now speeding by and just nabbing it, hitting it off that barrier there. That could have, once again, made it a 1-point game. Could have been just a big shot there a few minutes into this match as the disc actually gets knocked loose. Just missed on the pass. So right back to Meatballer and the Spaghetti crew as they're setting up maybe for that bouncer. Not quite on. The rebound definitely is. There's 3 points after all going in for Spaghetti.
Yeah, 3 points cuts it down to 1. And interestingly enough, the momentum has slowed. I don't think that's good for Kangarillas. Despite them with the 1-point lead and coming out the gate with 2 2-pointers, it has been a much slower pace here at the start of this round than what we were experiencing at the end of round 1. And I think Kangarillas really needed to ride that momentum. And if they don't sort of step it up here and continue to pile onto their lead, Spaghetti certainly could be mounting some semblance of a comeback here in this second round. Obviously, they need it if they want to take it to a round 3, and they don't want to go to that loser's bracket because it is a chore and a half to win those games and get back up to the semis.
Yeah, yeah, again, in double elimination, so I mean, these teams still going to be alive no matter what, as at 3 almost, again, you know what, historically speaking, just from experience, one of the things that from King, when playing them, one of their Achilles heels, those open 3s sometimes. I don't think it's really as big of a problem as it used to be, and I'm talking about the context of 3v3 when that was the format and the meta, but that used to be kind of one of the things that we said against King. Well, okay, we got in a little bit of a hole, but you know what? Wait till late, they're going to give up open 3s sometimes, and that was what we went to. Not really the case as much anymore. Granted, Spaghetti almost making him pay twice. Instead, just going to do it the Kang way, which is to say the passing play, which is to say the dunk. Finally finding his home, Oculusator clustered up, but finally converted, and they got the lead.
Just like that, 2 points in, they're up 1, and a little bit of chaotic goal there, but they're able to push that disc in regardless. And yeah, this is the first time in a while that Kang have been on the back foot in this series. We'll see if they can come out with a little bit of ferocity, if you will, and try and answer back. They certainly are setting up for just that, and they're taking their time doing it. Not really necessarily rushed, not trying to get this in. Even though there is a lot of pressure on these matches, they're taking their time to set up. They want to do it correctly. Loveridge just trying to get into position, and the disc is really just getting passed back and forth between Sealable and Strem. As I say that, the setup there, a wide pass. Now we're going to slow up. Again, Kangaroos, they got to take their time. Shot off, just snagged by Desirable.
Little bit uncharacteristic there, so will result in the grab from Oculusator. They have a chance here to bring it up some more if they can back it out. Now, there you go. See, that's what normally Kang would do, right? In that situation, they would maybe found a pass or something. But for Spaghetti, they go for the back pass. They work it up the floor. They're positioning now. Now they're throwing in some jukes, and now they're getting the moves and finding themselves at the 3-point advantage. Very nice way to kind of make it more even-keeled. You know, the pace of this match has changed from that first round a bit, and Spaghetti, just as much as anyone, they're kind of starting to find their rhythm and drive off of it. So we'll see that plays out in the next few minutes, but I do think it's kind of an interesting, almost flip-flop of what you expect from these teams at times.
I mean, that was some fancy work there from Oculusator on that backboard. He really put off some nice maneuvers there to juke out the defense and find that open goal. Not find that open goal, find the lane he was looking for to get that goal. And we'll see now if it's enough to keep Spaghetti in the lead. It certainly isn't a large one. There's the cross. The Strembitsky goes just a bit wide. That could have evened things up with a 2, but does not. Instead,
ooh,
oh wow, a bit of a crazy joust, a bit of a crazy. I think that was a headbutt. Just kind of goes floundering around inside the bubble of Kangaroos. Ultimately, they're able to clear it out into Spaghetti's zone. And here's the stack and clear play. Is Kangaroos going to be here in time?
Oh,
and able to get it, and he gets the 2.
I have no idea. I have no idea how. First, the angle of that shot, Knight, paired by the fact that it wasn't as if he caught the disc and it had the eyesight on the goal. Like, he had to turn into the shot and get rid of it before the stun. That was tough. They brought it back to within 1. Man, showing the offensive stuff there. A nice shot.
Very nicely done. There's a good bit of pass work. Oh, as I say that, a nice slap away from Mad. And the disc, I mean, this is chaos here in the midfield. Everyone brawling and battling it out for possession. It's certainly a possession game, as I saw someone in Twitch chat say. I like that one a lot. It has been a very much a battle for possessions here. For a good chunk of this final, well, what could be final round if Kangaroos can take it. Certainly Spaghetti don't want this to be the final one. They want to push it to a round 3. Can they do it though? Sealable bag tries to set something up for Kangaroos. They're in the zone. A good bit of pass work. The back pass to Mad, and you can see that square approach they're going for inside the zone. Gonna pass their way up. Here comes the cross to the center of the zone. No, the shot from Strembitsky off the back of the goal.
See, that's always the danger too, right? Is when you're known as such a strong and a team who prioritizes those kind of passing plays, you expect it. I expected it too, but that's the beauty of it, is that they can also be dynamic. I'm sure Strem considered the pass for a second, but then just figured, well, yeah, I'm gonna go in with a fake instead. I mean, point is the threat was there, and that's what makes them dangerous, because the threat of the pass is there. Whether or not it happens doesn't really matter. That said, oh wow, what a bold hit! I can't believe he. Actually, no. I can believe he took that. Meatballer with a 2-point lead based off a big shot. The placement. Wow, 2-point advantage.
Yeah.
Right. Huge.
Huge stun work there on goalie, and even then there was 2 in the goal, so to find that shot underneath the remaining goalie, incredibly gutsy and pays off big time for them. Kangarillas, though, they want to answer back, try to go for the shot, get stunned out. Spaghetti defense really has to come in clutch here. 25 seconds left, just a 2-point game. The shot to the pass of the Feelable goes just a bit wide. Desirable able to clear it. No, doesn't go all the way down the tunnel. 15 seconds, and Mad still has possession. He's floating to it. 10 seconds left. Not a lot for Kangarillas to work with.
Ooh, a rough bounce there. 7 seconds will just undo all of that. So there you go, just like that, with 3 seconds left and one more fling right down the deep end. We're going into the deep end of this series. It's a round 3 on the way. Spaghetti in a really just interesting kind of change of pace in this second round. They kept up. Not only did they keep up, they pulled ahead. Big shots there late. And yeah, as a result, here we are going into the third. Exciting night. Just let's see what happens. This is why, like I said, you sleep on Spaghetti, they're gonna wake you up with some very mean slaps to the face.
I mean, we're seeing like 2 different games entirely being played there. The first round, high scoring, very fast paced, lots of shots on goal, lots of setups inside the bubble. Here in our second round, just a possession battle. Tons of battles inside the zones, but not in the bubbles. Tons of battles in the midfield for disc, and just a lot of competing for possession in that second round. And that worked out for Spaghetti. The real question is, what do we get in round 3? What kind of game are we going to see? Because if it's fast paced, if it's lots of shots on goal, it certainly could end up favoring Kangarillas. But if we get more of the same, it's going to be a tough order for Spaghetti, but they were able to win round 2. They have momentum. We'll see what they can do as we dive into round 3.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward position. Like from a caster's perspective, normally I would have some input here, but a little bit of that was undone with what I saw in round 1 and 2. It's the higher scoring, faster paced game actually did favor Kangarillas more. Normally I would say that favors Spaghetti more. It didn't. And then the kind of slower paced game, less scoring totals in round 2, that favored Spaghetti. So really just a flip-flop of everything I thought I knew, but that's the theme of the day. Right before we went into exited the pre-show, I said, if you think you know what's coming, think again, because these teams are here to impress and to put on a full display what they can do and what they've been working towards these last 3 months of just hard work, practice, scrimmages, and matches.
I think Desirable went for the mail slot shot there, ends up just missing it. And now it's going to be Kangarillas with the possession, trying to set up inside the zone. They managed to get almost to the bubble of Spaghetti, and Kangarillas have done great once they've been able to get to this position. They've done good to set up around that bubble, and I'm very curious to see if we're going to get a good bit of pass work and shot just off the lower end of the goal there, just a bit wide.
Yeah, they're feeling kind of out of sorts here for Kangarillas. Some of these passes are not as crisp as you would normally see. So that could be problematic for Kangarillas as they go deeper into this third round. I mean, still have time to fix it a little bit and put on some stamps. Speaking of, Strem really needed that one. Sounds like we're going to get a timeout here, being calmed in the open comms. Maybe a sound issue based on what I heard from Strem shouting there, or attempting to. But that said, much needed goal, because noticing in the mid-round stats there, I mean, Strem had 14 points, I believe, in the first round. By round 2, only put on a couple more overall. So definitely happy for, if you're him, you're happy to see another score go in to start off this third round.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a interesting pause, if you will. I think it's like you said, some sort of audio trouble on one of their ends, but hopefully they can get it sorted. The real interesting thing that I think is, it's Spaghetti coming out of round 2 with that momentum, and here Kang has scored this 2-point goal, and they're instantly able to, not able to, but they go into a timeout. It's really a neutral game here going into this third map, even though each team, and I guess it's because they've both scored, they both secured themselves a round, but the momentum here in this map 3, I don't feel like it's in the side of Spaghetti. I don't feel like it's overwhelmingly in the hands of Kangarillas, but I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, that's kind of the same mentality, right? Because wherever the style of this match goes, they're showing adaptability, for both teams, that they can keep up again with a fast pace, with a slow pace, with somewhere in between. So, as far as what to expect the rest of this third round, and then you factor in a timeout here, which is, it's going to play a part as well at times, and hard to say, to the benefit or detriment of either team. Really, I feel like, a lot of time the whole ice thing gets brought into the mix, and being part of Eclipse in the past, I can't say we weren't familiar with those kind of criticisms, but just it can slow down a team as well. Both teams, just depending on the situation. That said, too, it did occur here at the very beginning of the match, so the teams could have taken 5 minutes between rounds at their leisure. That doesn't count towards a tech timeout or anything, so it could have occurred even just a minute before that. But either or, just getting everyone back involved, and I think, an audio issue just being had. You can kind of hear it being yelled out by Strem, who's normally very enthusiastic on stream regardless. He'll always give us a nugget once or twice per stream, but that time we did not hear his scream, only his attempt at it.
If you are just tuning in, we are on round number 3 of this series. Round 1 went 19-11 to Kangarillas. Round 2, 10-8 to Spaghetti. And here we are just into this third round, only a minute and a half. And Kang have managed to put up 2, but like I've been saying, it's anyone's game. I think we're ready to go into the offensive joust of Spaghetti.
All right, looks like it. So, I'm anticipating another restart in the near future because the disc is over in the middle, but that's okay. It'll happen from time to time. I'm expecting here maybe just a quick reset to... there you go. See, it's as if I predicted the future, but... All right, so one quick redirect later, and we'll be back into the game, just getting juked out by the players. See, chat talking about Spaghetti's jukes. Well, they just juked us on the chat and on the stream.
Just staying loose and practicing.
Well, that's important. Yeah, staying warm here and trying to get it going again into the third round. But real quick, as we do get set to start, thank you again, everyone joining us in Oculus venues and Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere you are. Happy to have you. Thanks to our sponsors, Pro2 VR, VR Cover, Rebuff Reality, Fixed Gaming and VR Wear for contributing to this $3,500 plus value in prizes that we've got these teams across the regions fighting for, and including stuff in game. You got the badges, you got personalized jerseys, you got some cash prizes, you got a lot of great stuff as we start off this next round. And apparently we are muted. Maybe.
Wow. Who knows what Twitch chat is up to these days. A shot coming in there from Kangaroo is just a bit wide. Out trying to get the clear, can't get it as Sealable throws the stuns. Bit of juking off of the backboard and a really nice block preventing that one from going in.
Starting to really cause some pain for Kangarillas. They're trying to get it through here, but you can see some of these passes, again, they're not as crisp as they would like it to be. That was going to be a tough catch. Needed to be a fast pass, Brandon, because of all the congestion, but you see the aggression now starting to play a factor. Look at that. Again, not a lot of time, but still somehow Noah save Meatballer. Oh, that was a baller save indeed, and now the slap clear. What a play. If they can get this clear, they'll be good, but no, it's going to be right back into the other end. Loveridge there, sending it across, and no love lost. It's going to be Sealable, putting it right where it needed to be, but that was some tremendous defense before that tremendous offense.
Yeah, and I mean, crazy saves, but also that clear actually ended up working out in the favor of Kangaroo as it drew out all of Spaghetti's defense. And you could see as soon as all three had dove for that disc and it was suddenly into the hands of Kangarillas, they were in trouble. And now here comes the 3v1. Look who's in trouble, Spaghetti. Able to find themselves a 2-pointer. Desirable with a bit of juking this time, finds the 2.
And you see, as he drove it into the bubble, doing a little bit of a windmill moves. One, he had to throw off the goalkeeper. 2, to kind of just wait it out. He was seeing if he had time to squeeze in a 3, if his other players up in front there would have been able to bother the goalie in time. But, you know, going for the smarter play at that juncture, you know, 3-on-1 advantage, they're going to cut that lead to only 2 for Kangarillas, and still sticking in this as we continue on. Loveridge, another missed pass though for Kang. We'll get to Ao's hands now, so maybe another turnaround play, but unfortunately for Spaghetti, they did miss a re-grab or 2 in there, and thus enable that extra second that Kangarillas needed to recover.
Yeah, Mad kind of sitting back almost in goal there, waiting for that one to come in. And this is a bit of a missed pass.
On that note, I got a PM just moments ago. Shout out to Simeon. That's not a joke. He knows why I just shouted him out there specifically. Ooh, that is... I hesitate. I want anyone mad at me. Not the first time I've seen that, though, is all. For Kangarillas, fortunate thing is their mental game is strong. For most teams, that would disturb you greatly. They're not going to be worried. Strembitsky recovered, and they got the 2. So at least cut it a little bit and ease the wound somewhat.
Jeez. Yeah, that
yeah.
It could have been way worse, basically, because to your point, that's an unfortunate 3. What really becomes bad news for Kang is when Spaghetti then capitalize off that and score even more and sort of pile on to that mistake. Kang did not let that happen. Instantly come back with 2. Honestly, a huge 2-pointer there to shut down that momentum or any potential momentum. But as I say that, working their way up, looking for the shots, the stun on their goal, and able to guide that one in.
Put some sauce on it, and appropriate for Spaghetti, I guess. The ding dunk. Man, we're getting all kinds of historical throwbacks. That said, that one was just simply playing the margins. You know, the goalie was there, you know, mad and knowing where that disc was kind of intending to go. So really shot that at the earliest possible time. Otherwise, that would have just been a ding and then off the post, the opposite direction.
You can see Spaghetti now starting to feel the pressure. They're at least playing faster. Maybe they're applying the pressure since they do have that lead. Now they have the possession. As I say that, a great intercept from Kang. The shot off the top of the zone does go just a bit wide. Also quickly snagged by the likes of Spaghetti, and a good clear here. We'll see who's first down to the zone. It is going to be Kangaroos. They're going to go. What happened? Blink and you miss it.
Oh, I didn't miss it. I'm blinking. I'm not missing. That is another damaging, but they're only down 3. Self-goal off a clear attempt. Credit to Spaghetti's aggression on that note. They forced the pass clear. But wow, that is exceedingly rare to see. Now this is where it starts getting tough, because now for that to happen twice in a match, and again, Strem has been, you know, a hot hand for the majority of this one. That is tough, but if they can keep it together like they do here, now they can breathe. But boy, are they making it tough on themselves.
This is such an insane series. I can't help but laugh after that, because Strem scoring on his own team to then, you know, answer back on himself. He's playing a game of 1v1 right now, and he's doing great to keep this one close.
I didn't even consider that, but you're right. On both of those attempts, he was also the one who scored in the next attempt for his team. So you know what? Trying to neutralize himself, perhaps. My enemy is myself. Is that a thing? I guess Strem kind of beating that here in this 3rd round, but again, trying to undo that damage. They still might be in the clear. There it goes for the dinger of a goal. Oh, tough miss. Desirable now, sending it down to the trap.
That one definitely stings a bit, and luckily enough, they're able to get back into the midfield and prevent that clearance setup from Spaghetti. But this is close. 2.5 left, all tied up 9-9. And these teams are battling for possession And we saw this happen in round 2, and it ultimately ended up favoring Spaghetti. The possession battles ended up with them coming out a round 2 win, and now it's looking a lot like the end of round 2. We'll see who's going to come out on top. Kangarillas with disc in hand inside the zone of Spaghetti, looking to set something up on offense.
Oh, and anything that happens here, as we always mention in these last 2 minutes, that was crunch time, clutch time minutes. And he saves, and he misses, and he scores. They could very well be essentially the game winners here. As a deep, deep clear, could it be Spaghetti? No. Getting there first is Kang, but over there is Oculus Satyr trying to make his way through. Oh, gives him the dusty before cleaning up and shooting it for the 2-point lead. Oculus Satyr in crunch time.
Just floated that one in a moment where you would expect a high speed, over the top shot. It gets feathered into the goal. Very nice finesse to get that too. And Spaghetti here again with the 2-point lead. The possession battle not favoring Kangarillas. We'll see though. They have the offensive joust and it is close. Only 2 points. It's nothing with 1:11 left for this Kangarillas team. They have been able to work through this before. The problem is if Spaghetti get their hands on disc and prevent anything from being set up, and if they can ice it and get more points up. Wow, 2 coming in from Al.
We asked ourselves the question just before this round, what do we expect? The unexpected, I suppose. Not in a million years could I have predicted the turn of events that would happen on some to wind up here in the last minute. Some ridiculousness from both ends of the floor. This is danger zone, 13-9. Spaghetti, they are looking for that victory. The time is just about out here, and with that clear attempt now, Meatballer, that's going to be out of here. 20 seconds, and we are out of it. So with that said, in the third round of, against all likelihood, at least by some opinions, Spaghetti, they came through.
They did. You know, it's a mix in these top tier matches of capitalizing off of mistakes and ultimately playing as a squad and maximizing your performance. And I think we got a little bit of both of that here in this series from both teams. You know, we saw some missed passes coming in from Spaghetti in the first round and really great aggression from Kang in that first round to get him that round 1 win. But then, you know, the passing wasn't as crisp in rounds 2 and 3 out of Kang. Those mistakes, those missed passes get capitalized on. You see some attempted clears, some panicked clears result in self goals. Those hurt also immensely, and you know, it's just the pressure of the moment getting factored in, allowing Spaghetti to capitalize and ultimately come out on top in that final map.
Yeah, those self goal situations. I mean, in crunch time, or you know, just big match situations, they happen. I've done them myself. You know, anyone who's played, I think, in any major tournaments for these, as much as we strive to be perfect in our execution, sometimes you have plans and then you get punched in the face, and then those plans are suddenly all kinds of twisted and turned. So with that said, at this level of play with those marches they're working with, you know, not a lot of time to spare. It resulted in some unlikely but damaging plays. With that said, that is a big win, regardless, for Spaghetti. Cannot be stressed enough, because we said this is the week, this is the season of upsets. It's been happening every time we get these big tournaments. It doesn't matter if it's rookie cup type situations, or if it's Challenger Cup situations, or here in the finals this weekend. This is the time for teams to show up and throw down, and that is what we got. That is a thrilling victory for Spaghetti. They must be feeling mighty confident now, and will advance now to face off against the Team Joker. With that said, Kangarillas, they're going to find themselves in the lower bracket, facing the winners of Redshift and Illuminati. And I do believe this is where they found themselves last season, if memory serves. I believe going into day 2. Last season it was Synapse and Kangarillas there in the lower bracket, kind of unexpectedly, again, if I do recall. And so, like I said, you can't count Kang out, because last season, they brought themselves right out of that to meet Joker in the finals. Anything could happen here in VRML.
I am so excited for the matches that we have coming down the pipe. It is going to be, oh man, insane action. This NA closed qualifiers is delivering And I mean, there's going to be more, right? We got the finals tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
going to be some insane matches. It's a great weekend for Echo Arena.
That it is, and it is a ripe time to, as I said, show up and, you know, put all the words and the opinions to rest. This, if something is said about your team here and there, that's fine. It happens. It happens at the high level, right? Opinions are strong, and nothing wrong with that. It's just everyone takes pride in their team and their skill levels and what they accomplish in a season. So that's like why I'm saying it's great to have these cup formats here and championships context end of the season, because that is really where you get to just put it on the line, and they did. So with that said, we are going to take a brief intermission once more as we settle into our next match here, which we will be following Spaghetti against Team Joker. And I'm excited, needless to say. So for you guys over there in venues, in YouTube, at Facebook and Twitch, do not go anywhere. We're going to be back very shortly with your next match here, the semifinals. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to VR Master League. Getting ready to start, or continue, I should say, what has been a really interesting day, to say the least, of matches. Not a surprise, just a pleasant, exciting tournament, as has been the style of VRML season to season. We keep asking how it's going to get better. Well, it somehow does. NightFiree, how's it been for you, and what are we looking at between, I mean, two very interesting teams in terms of their meta is very much their own. They're aggressive, they're mean, they're steezy as all heck. And I'm looking forward to this.
It's been a exciting build-up to this matchup, in my opinion. We in the pre-show didn't do a ton of highlighting on Joker, and that's because Joker is such a dominating team. They are the team to beat. They are that squad that plays consistently very good every single time they come and play in these VRML matches.
Right.
To that point, Spaghetti is the only team that has beat Joker this season. So if there's going to be anyone that can throw out an upset in the semifinals of the closed qualifier, it's going to be Spaghetti, in my opinion. And I am really excited to see if Spaghetti bring it here. And if they bring that level of focus and aggression that they're going to need to go up against a team like Joker.
Yeah, you mentioned it, and that is one of the big stories to follow here, because Team Joker, throughout the majority of the regular season, went undefeated. They didn't even see round 3s. The same with season 1. And well, that said, Spaghetti was the team to hand them their first defeat. Now, it was in a situation where they did not have Game, from what I recall. And Game, a huge contributor, absolutely at the top level for Team Joker. So missing him that time, it hurt. That said, doesn't matter, because Joker, 6-player roster, still supremely talented. I said it with Kang. I'm gonna say it with Joker. You sleep on Spaghetti, it's gonna come back to bite you. Usually you're the one biting on Spaghetti, but no, you gotta be careful. This team is on the rise. That is the one thing I do know for sure. A lot of uncertainty, but no uncertainty on the shot. It's Ryan, right out the gates and into the pot. It's 3 for him.
A very quick bit of work there to get themselves up, and it almost looked like a bit of an unprepared Spaghetti. They had 2 in the backfield there. The stack could have reacted, but they just almost weren't ready for the disc to be there as fast as it was. And if you want to talk about a good way to start off your Team Joker, they have executed it to a T to come out the gate instantly, get the disc, and find a 3. It's exactly what they're looking for. But Spaghetti, with a good bit of setup here, a shot on goal just goes a bit wide. The clear doesn't get into tunnel, so still in the hands of Spaghetti. They're going to have an opportunity here to set up the bounce pass off the ceiling. Aaron with the stun gets his clear.
Yeah, and not to dwell too much longer on it, but just want to make a note, because I know it'd be really hard for all our new viewers and users in Oculus venues and in Echo VR to believe it wasn't that long ago that Joker was the team who was slept on, and then here they come in 2020, making it to finals, winning championships, and scoring their 5th point here in the semifinals of season 2. So off to a good start. There's Kung with the goal.
5-point lead, nothing too crazy. It's just Spaghetti honestly are looking pretty good. They're not out of control yet. Team Joker hasn't run away with this one by any stretch of the imagination. And honestly, I do think Spaghetti has opportunities here. They've been good setting up inside the zone here, and they've had here's a good bit of setup inside the bubble. The shot actually on goal goes just a bit wide. There could have been a pass to the bottom of the zone, doesn't get utilized. And now they're battling for disc in the midfield.
Yeah, got kind of caught in no man's land. It was an almost impossible angle to make a shot, but just had to get rid of it because that defense was closing in fast. With that said, on the fast approach, they're going to send it down below, and Meatballer with their first goal here of the round. So brings it back to a 3-point differential, and now a little bit of a sigh of relief perhaps, at least break the cap after a couple minutes.
I'm interested to see if Spaghetti can play this calmly enough where they can keep that sort of pace of game going for them, where they can keep the nice setups inside the zone of Team Joker, and they can keep executing on those, because Joker, when they play fast, they've been able to sort of overwhelm Spaghetti. When Spaghetti gets their hands on the disc, they have been doing great inside the zone of Team Joker. A nice shot from Meatballer. What looked like a potential three-pointer just ends up going inside the bubble for 2.
The guts to shoot some of these shots. You guys know the Spider-Man meme. I know we're talking Joker here, but it's like two teams pointing at each other. And to that note, that's why I want to emphasize real quick here. For Spaghetti, team who is aggressive historically, like pushing the pace. They don't want to make the same mistake that Team Joker kind of did in pre-season of VRML, where they played so fast and aggressive in the final situations that by the time it got to grand final situations, well, they were all worn out. So that said, these shot, nothing you can say about that except well done. That is game in a nutshell with a deep heave, 42 meters.
That's a midfield shot, and that's insane. That was... those are so hard to make. You know, we've seen crazy bounce shots come in today too, but those long range straight shot snipes, man, those are not easy in game. With a huge 3, honestly, to get the momentum back into the side of Joker, the ding just off of the top of goal there. Spaghetti able to temporarily put a pause in Team Joker's offense. Now actually a good bit of setup here, a good bit of passing work, gets the disc into a favorable position. The stun coming out from Ryan to prevent any setup inside the bubble.
Well, that was some good passing, really solid from Spaghetti, but just held on to it a little too long on that last possession, going really close to the goal, taken back by that 3 stack. It's Kong being the beneficiary of that one. Anyone could really gotten their hands on that one. It's just those pileups, they turn dangerous, and you know, Joker has an uncanny ability to be the team that wins those theoretical 50-50s when it comes to those. For Joker, somehow they always turn into 70-30s, it feels like. They just have a tendency to know where that disc is going and to be able to grab it even in close quarters like that.
Good clear here for Spaghetti. Can it go in their favor, though? These clears not been working out for Spaghetti too well. Al there tries to get something set up, tries to get the pass off, but is overwhelmed by defense. And now Aaron gonna go for the clear down to the tunnel. Ryan here with potential shot on goal. It's a long range one. The bounce shot goes just off the top, dinging. And now the defense here to set up. Actually, they don't need to, as Al has managed to get his hands on the disc. He's gonna go for the mail slot shot, but it's a bit wide.
Yeah, actually still might have bounced in off the corner, whether intentional or not. On that occasion, maybe not, but we've seen so many of these dangerous ones. Oh, Aaron, aka Jay Walker, one of those name changes, doing what he does. Did not bite on the fake. That was nice composure to cause a turnover, and it might just turn into a goal here in a second. But no, Oculus Sater gets a stun and just slings it backwards. No look style, but that will be just possession back to Joker for the meantime.
Really big redirect there coming in from Desirable. He just went up to the top of the roof there and pushed that disc out. It prevented the stack from having it. A nice bit of movement from Ryan there. He jukes around the defense. And that's going to be 2. Now a 8-point lead here. Did I do math correctly? I think I did.
Yeah. You're good. I mean, first of all, don't ask me to math on stream. You'll embarrass both of us. But you're correct on this occasion for sure. Joker, they're starting to pile on some points here. It's not in that blowout territory by any sense, but as I mentioned, I mean, they are a team who can do that. Spaghetti historically also will typically do that to teams. That's why it's such an interesting matchup here, as a great catch, just saving it out and now clearing it, maybe resulting in just another open one. Let's see. Oh, the save, Meatballer, right in time.
Really nice push off of the backboard to get himself into the goal and prevent that one from going in. Ao now trying to prevent the setup here in the midfield, but there's so much battling for disc. There's so many bodies in place that it now is in the favor of Team Joker, and Game's going to go for the shot instead of the pass. Finds himself 2 at the top of the goal, and now a 10-point lead for Team Joker. 2:50 on the clock, so a decent amount of time, but Spaghetti are really going to have to mount a pretty impressive comeback here.
Yeah, double-digit lead is dangerous, even more so for when Joker has that control. Not because they slow it down and they start, playing that stall game, too much. They can, but because when they're feeling good, they really know how to roll. You see them just catch fire, and that's when you see those snowball effects. They're very much a team who, you know, when they're hot, they're hot. It's not just a matter of they're lukewarm today. No, it's they're fiery hot or nothing. You know, that's kind of their style. Right now, oh, look at that from Kong now, the up and under maneuver. Good luck saving that. That is so tough.
Yeah, you know, we haven't been following Joker at all in these close qualifiers, but they have been dominating their matchups. They took the first series against Redshift in 2 mercies, and then ended up taking their next match 2-0 as well. So they are definitely coming into this series with, you know, all the momentum you could be asking for. You know, they're feeling really confident. They're feeling real good. And I think it just shows in their play style. They're playing so quick. Their passes executing nicely. Their shots on goal, the juice they're putting out. It's just a very clean play coming in from Joker to get them the lead they have now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Joker here, again, just the one loss of this season, going to Spaghetti just a few short weeks ago in what was very, very much considered an upset situation. And for those who've been tuning into the streams, not to be too repetitive, but it's been really interesting to see, right? Where undefeated teams at the very top level, everyone wants to see them fall, right? And when it happens, an event gets made out of, essentially. You know, everyone's wanting to see underdogs come up ahead. It's just a fact of life, a fact of sports, a fact of games in general. It happened 3 times. 3 times here towards the end of the season of Season 2 of VRML. You know, Joker was the lone undefeated team in North America in terms of teams who have been there since week 1 competing, right? So undefeated all the way through up until about, 2 weeks left in the season. They dropped their first game, their first and only match. That was that. Team Gravity, last day of the season over in Europe. Team Gravity was the only undefeated team there in that region who had been there for the full length of the season. They lost to Phantoms. It was a ridiculously high-scoring match, 83, 84 points, something total like that across 3 rounds. It was ridiculously hot on just the shots after shots from 3, especially in first and third rounds, from what I recall. Then Leviathan, even more unlikely, just in the sense that happened technically, that happened in week 11. And you're saying to yourself, wait a minute, there were only 10 weeks in regular season. Yeah, that happened because it was rescheduled for OCE. They didn't have a Challengers Cup, so it was fine. It was a weekly match in week 10. It got played nearly in week 12. It was just last Sunday. And they dropped their first match. They were the only undefeated team who'd been there all season for OCE, and they took a loss right at the end. So it just goes to show these days, no team is infallible. And that's actually a really good thing for the health of this game and the competition.
Yeah, I mean, to their credit, at that point, those teams had really locked themselves in the first place. So I think they had that sort of cushion, if you will, to allow a game to drop. But it's because what I'm seeing right now is Joker. They definitely are looking like the Joker of an undefeated season. You know, not one that has just gotten their first loss. They are coming out here in this close qualifier very strong. So far in round 1, they're looking good. To Spaghetti's point, though, to Spaghetti's credit, though, they are still very much in this. You know, I think at least they have put out a good performance when they've gotten their setups into the offensive zone. They've done good, and I think if they can prevent those stack and clears really from being executed by Joker, they're going to have a bit more success because Joker is just so fast.
Yeah, they are a quick team. Very tricky with the way that they position themselves as well. You can even see, talking about the maneuvering, there's a little bit of dancing going around on the floor as well, just kind of seeing which team can out-juke each other. That's why I get great entertainment watching these 2 teams in particular, because they are so historically controversial for one, so it automatically makes for more fun casts. But because of their play style, you know, they'll get meta. They can absolutely do the cross passes and play that style. But at the same time, it's fun to see how the kind of new generation or the newer generations in comparison will take something that was there prior, and then they'll just kind of build their own foundation right on top of it and say, no, this is how we're going to be because this is our roster. And, you know, metas are only meta until they're not. There's nothing that says a meta has to be a certain way. It's consensus. But, you know, unless you're playing a numbers game where there's actual min-maxing, when it comes to sports, it's an art as much as anything. You know, nothing is completely rigid where you can say, no, you should not play that way. You're juke heavy? You're juke heavy. If you can do it better than anyone else and find success and make it to third place and beat Kangarillas in the second round of the finals weekend, more power to you. If you can take that style and go and win a championship in Season 1, more power to you. These teams, they got the power, Knight. They got the power.
They really do. I think we're waiting on Desirable to come back. Not sure what the tech pause is, but that is the current situation. If you are just tuning in, we're in a bit of a brief pause here in the first round of this series. It is we are just really getting into it, and I don't know. If Joker keep playing like this, it's going to be a round 2 in their favor. They're really playing clean right now. But if Spaghetti can just shut down momentum, it's going to be interesting to see what round 2 ends up producing.
Without a doubt, Joker is pretty easily, I would say, the most snowballing team in the league. Not that every match is necessarily that, but more often than not, like I said, it's not a case of they just kind of play it nice and chill and we'll score here and there, and the end score will be, you know, 12 to 2. Or no, when Joker is playing a game, they're all about the rhythm, and to them that rhythm means we're going to score very often. So seeing these, you know, the 16-point game currently, but seeing that approach 20 points per round for Joker in any given match, even more than that, not a surprise. Which is to say, it was Game, mentioned him, a few weeks back, broke the scoring record for VRML, for competitive play, period. He scored 46 points on his own. Now, he was assisted, I think, on about 40% of the plays, but meaning 60% of those. He scored 46 points in 2 rounds just a couple weeks ago. That is beyond the most ridiculous things you can possibly imagine. The last record was 42, I believe, 42, 43, I think 42 from Ender back in preseason. And that was a time when everyone was still figuring out the meta, not to take away from the game, because he still had a phenomenal one, but just to put into context, the game over time, over the months, had slowed down. You saw less and less high-scoring matches unfold, especially in NA. So at this point in time, to achieve anywhere near the 40 mark, much less the 30 mark, I mean, like, even that alone is impressive. So it's pretty ridiculous, the powerhouses of offense that we're dealing with here. Now, that said, we're still just kind of in a holding pattern, like I said. Not sure what the holdup is, but got our mods on it, of course, and just trying to have their discussions. Hoping to get back into it soon. Over in the lower brackets as well, if you were tuned into this stream, you saw that, you know, Spaghetti had handed Kangarillas that upsetting defeat to send Kang over to the lower bracket, where they're trying to fight for their lives, which is, again, a kind of unexpected thing, perhaps, at this point in the tournament. You know, that early on, but just kind of shows how real all these teams are. So they're battling right now over on the normal Twitch channels there, as we do get ready, I think, to perhaps go on this round. At least one team ready again. But
I need to get back into this action, Pally. It's it is adrenaline-inducing and action-packed, and I really am excited to see where this all ends up shaking out. And
your wish is their command. Here we go.
Yeah, yes, they're listening.
Oh, the disc. The disc is in the middle. Deja vu all over again. Oh, there we go. So brief restart on the restart. But at the very least, I think we're getting going. It seems like it might have been a controller problem, perhaps, from one of the players on Joker. So that is something to watch out for, certainly. But if you look at the scoreboard, you can't tell. Certainly 16 points, you know, just playing it aggressive and confident.
Blue team ready.
All right, so I think we're good to go. We got the disc in the right place. We got the casters in the right seats. We got subtlety over there on the cam, so much so. Doing some great work, and we got the wonderful viewers at home tuning in now for the remainder of this round as we approach that 2-minute mark of the first, as taking possession now and trying to get something going. It's Spaghetti.
Bit of a setup inside the zone here from Team Joker, and nice slap clear though does almost get it out of their zone. Intercept there from Aaron, and a nice clear down the tunnel, and here comes the stacks. Is Spaghetti going to be here in time? Joker's here first, but they overshoot the disc. Spaghetti trying to get back, but no stack is there fast enough. Kung finds a 3 from the bottom of the zone and just really adds on to this Joker lead. 19-4 now. I mean, we're danger close to a mercy.
They can't score a normal way, can they? That was so dirty, and that was the most casual. Just over the shoulder, like, oh, that goal for me? Sure, I'll take it. I just casually threw it in. That was ridiculous from Kung. Nonetheless, they're feeling good. They're feeling back in the rhythm still, despite the brief timeout. Well, brief, generously. As they go for a shot here. 21 points now as we approach the final minute. Game now, putting another score in.
Kind of feels like Spaghetti maybe sort of letting this one go after that 16-4 deficit. And I got to wonder if maybe that's something they decided during that timeout, you know, hey, let's just not come in too hot. Maybe kind of, if anything, try and get Team Joker to feel a little bit over-relaxed and overconfident. And then going into round 2, have a better chance. And we're going to find out, because we're going to go right into round 2 because they just got a mercy for round 1.
Well, they're confident. To the response to that, all I have to say is bold strategy caught.
Yeah.
The thing is, you're not wrong in the sense that it's gotten Joker into trouble multiple times in multiple games. Now they obviously didn't drop games in the regular season often, if at all, except to Spaghetti and some rounds the Kangarillas here and there. But it's very true. I've seen it multiple times where Joker does get in trouble if they get too loose. That's a fact. But at the same time, you know, by not, I guess by giving that up, if that was the idea, you're still denying yourself as Spaghetti the chance to kind of start building some steam going into the next round, right? Because now you have to kind of go into round 2 a bit cold and still have to figure out exactly how you want to execute this next one. So it's going to be a mountain of a task ahead for them.
Oh yeah, it's not an easy one for sure. You know, intentional or not, they still got mercy. They still got 20 points.
Yeah.
Scored on them. So it's still Joker playing very well here, but you know, I'm just sort of putting that hypothetical out there because, you know, Spaghetti, like you said, have been able to take the only win from Joker, and I assume they have some semblance of a strategy going up against this team in order to combat them. So I'm interested. I want to see what's going to happen for this round 2. If they're going to come out the gate hot for the joust, they're going to play defensive. They're going to allow this Team Joker team to sort of continue to dictate the pace of this match, or if they can start to pace it themselves.
Yeah, and the key really will be kind of like you mentioned, putting it together and being able to come out and just execute the way that they want. It's going to be, I think, for Spaghetti, because you mentioned the Joker comparison. In fact, when Spaghetti did beat Joker a couple weeks back, was the case where that first round, from recollection, was a close one, and then kind of getting a little bit discouraged and maybe playing a little bit too loose in the second, you know, after it started getting away from them. Like I said, both teams are more snowball teams in their tendencies, but that is the dangers of it, really, is just that once that snowball builds, it's hard to stop. And when you have two really combustible elements, two combustible teams who are both kind of that same mentality, that could spell bad news, because Joker's feeling good. For Spaghetti, for them, you got to hope that they're not feeling too bad, because otherwise that's basically a double whammy of snowballing factors going against your team in that sense going into the second round. So tough situation, but if they can keep their mentality, I mean, they should still be good to go, and hoping for some fast action and some exciting action going into the second round, which will come soon, by the by. I think a 5-minute break they're taking here, which is separate from your typical tech timeout. So they are allotted that time to use as they do please. just means you get to hear from Knight and I a little bit more.
Interesting to see, I guess. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe they just want to enjoy their time in these matches on venues, but I do think it is a tech issue on the side of someone over on Synapse. You wouldn't know it based off the scoreline. Or yeah, you're right, Joker. I'm looking at the Synapse Frostbite scoreline right now, so I got confused there. But yeah, you wouldn't know it based off the scoreline.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, trying to settle out their scores and settle out their issues, but definitely not affecting the conclusion of round one. But something knowing that the slate is wiped score-wise going into the next round, you do want to be all ready to go on that end, not leave it to chance. Because again, the stakes here kind of necessitate that, right? They're playing for their season, the last 3 months here of work across the weeks as well as just across the years, really. So it does matter. You know, they're playing for their season, both these teams, all these teams this weekend. They're playing for the championship, their share of the $3,500+ prize pool there, courtesy of our sponsors and ProTube VR cover, Rebuff Reality, Fixed Gaming, and VRware. So just a quick shout out to them as always. But you know, appreciate all that support for the community, contributing to that prize pool with ProTube merchandise and coupons. We got Rebuff Reality providing cash prizes as well as gift cards for their great products for the Quest especially. I know a lot of people using Rebuff battery packs and things like that to help get them through these tournaments and just ready to go. You got VR cover, which is very, very necessary for tournaments like these, where you're just back and forth with the action, match. You sweat in Echo. And of course, VRware.net for the awesome merchandise there for VR, for VRML, and for VR players as well. So, you know, a lot of community support going into this stream and into this org, and like I said, appreciate everyone for being a part of it, and us continuing to support these community efforts here at VRML.
Yeah, would not be possible without the awesome support of the community. Big shout out to everyone that is hanging out in chat as well. You know, it's been a very poppin' day of Echo Arena on across all of our media platforms. So it's really been a big shout out to everybody that's been tuning in to all of the different streams. It's awesome to see the support for the league from the community, and I'm having a blast. These games have been fantastic. You know, a few tech pauses here and there, but it's fine. It gives you a breather to sort of take a breath in between this action.
Yeah, well, I'm full of breath now. I think we're about ready to start. Looking like it. A quick update by the by, though. Redshift reporting in the scores now. Redshift lost to the Kangarillas. So Kang taking that game in 2 rounds. The scores were 20-5 and then 12-9. So still pretty close in that second round. I mean, that's going to put an end to Redshift's efforts in this tournament here in the finals. But still have to give them a shout out because, man, Redshift upsetting in the Challenger Cup qualifying to make it here this weekend. Upsetting as well Illuminati in the lower brackets earlier on. I mean, Redshift, they're a team. I mentioned them last week as being dark horses going into Challenger Cups and beyond, and they kind of proved that they were exactly that. They might not have gotten all the way to the summit there, but they have definitely raised some eyebrows in a good way this weekend and last weekend as well.
I never looked up the origins of a dark horse, but I do wonder where that comes from.
Who knows? But I don't know, the horses are a very frequent thing of these streams. Sometimes it's about me beating the dead horse because I just get all, you know, say some of the things that for the tuned in viewers who are here, you know, daily or weekly throughout all these streams that we're always having, especially regular season. There's a lot of talking points, and I get enthused sometimes mentioning them, but I know some of you probably heard it before. But that being said, you know what you haven't heard in a while? We're ready to start the round. How about that? Here we go, NightFiree, and that's a way to start. There we go.
What the heck is going on here? That was a really weird joust. It was actually a full defensive setup there from Spaghetti. I don't think they even went out for that joust. All 4 of them waited in their zone, and it was actually a miss headbutt that came out from Team Joker that made it sort of awkward for them to get the go back and get the disc. But either way, they have done just that, and they're now trying to get the disc through the midfield and into the zone of Spaghetti. A good bit of pass work here. A nice shot, a three-pointer, Aaron, from outside the bubble.
Yeah, nice hit right there from a 6-meter three at that. Unusual, not impossible. It can be seen every now and then, but I would say maybe like 1 in 30 times or so. But yeah, getting the shot right off the bat, and you can tell, despite the intermission there, waiting for this round to start, as another turnover turning into a shot. They are definitely still injected with all the adrenaline in the world to start making these plays happen.
And this is like the worst possible start you could ask for if you're Spaghetti, because already you're feeling down, right? You kind of, if anything, hypothetically gambled on the fact that, you know, we're just done with this first round. We're going to come into round 2 a bit more focused. And right now, to come into round 2 and have 2 threes quickly go up against you, certainly not encouraging. Now Ryan steals the disc. He makes a shot on goal that goes a bit wide. Quickly snagged by Game, though. 8-point lead now, and this is quickly Joker running away with it.
Finished that shot with a flourish as well. Like I said, it's as if it's embedded in the Joker DNA. They will do it their way. They're not going to score normally. If there's room to throw in just a little bit of extra something, they'll throw in that extra something. And you're absolutely right, Knight. At this point, I mean, for Spaghetti, do not let the reverse snowball occur. Just do your best to keep the mental game engaged and find something. Unfortunately, just a turnover again will result in this bounce, and no recovery, however, as it sails out.
Definitely a shot by Ryan off of the roof there. Doesn't get the bounces he was looking for, and a good bit of defensive work from Spaghetti, able to get the stack and clear, and good work from Oculusator. Quickly stunned off the back by Ryan, though. Disc cleared. Joker not letting up here. Not allowing for Spaghetti to set up. As I say that, the stuns coming in on both disc bearers, and now Team Joker moving their way up into the bubble in a heartbeat. Here comes the setup, the stun on the goalie. No, the slap away from Desirable.
All right, back to the wedge. A small pile forming here, but good positioning. There's Aaron with receiving that first pass kind of laterally and then backing it out to Kung. Kung being bothered pretty well by Ao, and Ao gets a nice tap boost to get back into the bubble on defensive recovery. They're going to take this shot, a little bold but not unusual, as Desirable takes that disc right out and sends it to the blue zone. Now a game of boost as a bunch of different players just forming and trying to get their stacks together on the floor, and now just leaving a trail of pain behind all those brawls as well.
Right now, Desirable is keeping Spaghetti in this round too. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a different scoreline. Here comes another move in from Aaron. The shot, a really crazy angle. It was a bit too crazy. Can't get that one into goal and goes a bit wide. Still, though, Team Joker have possession, and it's dangerous to let them have it for too long. A good steal off of the steal of Ao. Game able to put in two.
Yeah, just picking apart the defense. I mean, a good initial stop, but like I said, Joker has that extra ability compared to the majority of teams that you watch. They just have a nose for the disc in terms of where they need to be, where their hands need to be. They really know how to just have their arms in the right place, even if, as we do get a dropout here, unfortunately, but even on these close range attempts, it just seems like they're already prepared to get a lot of these grabs, and you see that an awful lot from their team.
This is still, though, impressive from Joker to be playing this well right now at the semifinals of this entire season. They are, wow, it is a performance to say the least. They're now up 12-0.
Yeah, starting to, again, pull away, or I should say continuing to do so, as now the restart coming in on the side of Spaghetti. So that will be their tech timeout spent here in the second round, and definitely not wanting to give up any more points than they have to, so will be pertinent to them to get their player back on. All the meanwhile, again, we have multiple channels fired up here as we take a look too at the brackets and how that's forming up. We're kind of at the point now where, again, tomorrow's matches, what we're looking forward to, it's starting to shape up. We got, again, King Gorillas victorious against Redshift there. Synapse and Frostbite as well are currently engaged in a match. May be over soon, I would imagine, but yeah, that one is being played as we speak. Following that, and actually given some of these delays, depending on when... Oh, that's interesting. Llama Cat in the match. Okay, well, regardless of that, depending on how that unfolds, we might have, let's see. Oh yeah, Kangarillas, yeah, will face off against Synapse and Frostbite's winners, and that will be on this channel. So this match, the second to last one, still more to come. And Spaghetti, just trying to get their players back together. So taking a gander and taking a listen.
I'm trying to get the deets on what has happened here in this series. What is the I gotta look at the roster for Spaghetti.
Now I do believe listening to the comms, I'm not sure if that is hearable, audible for the stream or not. Might have been a controller issue. This time for Spaghetti's side, in the sense that, you know, aggression and the heat of the match flaring up, and maybe something happening there with the hardware. So that could be a factor, certainly. As Llama Cat now kind of unexpectedly slotting in. Llama is indeed part of this Spaghetti roster. So
yeah, that's what I was digging around for. It's certainly, I mean, interesting, right? Wonder what the impact's gonna be, because it could be a lot. It could really help the Spaghetti team sort of readjust, if you will, and get back to sorts, because they looked good in their previous matches. They were able to slow the game down. They did well with their passing, and obviously that's a challenge against the likes of Team Joker, but if they can do it, 13 points and 5.5 isn't an insurmountable lead. It certainly is a good one. But teams have come back from similar deficits.
Yeah, we've seen it before. Could always see it again. It's the unexpected should almost be expected at this point. But of course, Joker definitely coming in here in North as the reigning defending champions of the region. Suffice to say, they are favored quite heavily just in general on a week-to-week basis here in Season 2, until proven otherwise. That's the whole point, right? Is that, you know, you're the kings of your region, but how do you stay there? Is the question. Joker somehow managed to get better over the offseason, at least to many opinions. The thing is, they were dominant in Season 1. They also, aside of matches and rounds to King Gorillas in Season 1, Joker were not losing games at all last time around either. And yet, somehow they took that roster not only to a championship, but somehow they came back in this season looking just stronger than ever. Now, their first game, which is say with game, was a little bit of figuring out process, kind of seeing how he gelled into the mix. But ever since then, really, I mean, from then onwards, they've just been looking ridiculous. And it's a kind of a scary team when you have a championship team just improving somehow, but that's kind of a testament to the hunger of this team in Joker, as game sticks it right through for the 16th point.
I feel like this is it's just Joker being fearless. You know, they're playing this like any other game. There's no pressure the way that this team is playing. They are taking these crazy three-point shots. They're going for the long-range snipes. They're trying to thread the needle. They're going for the blitz out the gate on diff. They're playing incredibly aggressive defense, and it's just no opening for Spaghetti. There's no opportunities presenting themselves. Joker are just suffocating them. And now it's 16-0 lead in round 2. They're looking to pile on and take this one to a mercy for the second round.
Yeah, absolutely right, as that shot is just a little too strong. And another fling from seeing it again there, and they're feeling good. You can see the body language, the Joker players kind of shaking each other, and just not an uncommon sight either. They hype each other up, and to that note, if you guys haven't seen SirDimwi's video on Kangarillas versus Joker, fantastic video. It gives a look at not only the VRML matches that they were playing in there against Kang, but some insight into the private comms of Joker. It is very, very loose, and they like I said, like you said, they feel good. They play relaxed and they do everything their way.
It's interesting with VR and that the mechanics can truly set you apart from the others. If you can master the physical mechanics of the game, you can become an unstoppable force. And I just think that's the case with Joker. They've really got 4 players that have mastered the mechanics of this game. You put them together and they're able to do stuff like this. A 21-0 round 2. They have mercied out Spaghetti into the losers bracket.
And for Spaghetti, it's just one hurdle in the road. Again, they're still going to be in this here in the upper bracket, or going into the lower bracket, I should say. So, double elimination, they are not down and out yet. But with that said, the kind of dose, I suppose, of revenge for Joker, and kind of a mix of, again, to a degree, just reality, in the sense that I really do feel like Spaghetti is on a very, very similar career trajectory as a team compared to where Joker was, back in 2018-19, where you see the early signs and the doubt and the controversy, all of the above. But what it amounts to is you can kind of see the pieces being put together. So not the showing that they wanted, certainly here, and a little rough with some of the timeouts and whatnot. I know it could be very well a factor, but I think Spaghetti, they can still keep it together, whether throughout the rest of this tournament and just in general going into next season. There's still a team to watch out for, without a doubt.
Absolutely. We do have one more game today, so if you are tuning in, don't go anywhere. There's going to be more Echo Arena action. We're going to be dipping down into the losers bracket, I believe, so we'll get to see a team get eliminated.
And it's tragic because I don't like to see it, but it is a necessity of these. That's why they mean so much, right? So with that, it looks like the scores are about to be submitted here. Haven't seen them yet, but it's based on context clues. It's looking like Synapse has won versus Frostbite in the losers round 2 of those lower brackets. So Synapse, they're going to go up against Kangarillas as if it were destined to be. Mentioned it before when they were known as Infinite last season. Synapse and Kangarillas, I am reasonably sure they've both found themselves in the lower bracket, facing each other just the same. So, hey, tale of 2 seasons right around the corner. We're going to be back with your final match here of day 1 of the North American Season 2 finals of a VRML. So do stay tuned. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to what is gonna be, without a doubt, just a incredible way to finish. Seeing these two teams here, I was telling Dimwi and Subtlety and Knight and Gilligan, all of us here in this voice channel before, this is kind of a repeat of history. You love to see it from the entertainment perspective. You hate to see it from the perspective of, well, you know these players, you love these players, someone is ending their day with a loss, and that is the reality of things. It's what makes these stakes so high, it's what keeps this stream and these matches so interesting. Here we are, once again, for the final time in North America today, in this day one of finals with Kangarillas against Synapse coming up in the very short-term future. So, on the cast now, I'm Palidore being rejoined now by SirDimwi, following those casts with NightFiree beside me. SirDimwi and Daniel McFabulous were over on Channel 1 on our standard channels there on Twitch, streaming some exciting matches of their own right, but now kind of reforming and you know, for people who've been tuning in here to this channel, they know what's been going on. But Dimwi, tell us a little bit and give us a refresher on how we ended up here with Synapse facing off against Kang.
Yeah, so Synapse last round. It was the only round I was actually able to watch Synapse. We kind of ended up following Frostbite, incidentally, all until that Frostbite Synapse game. And yeah, last round, that game, that Frostbite Synapse game, it was a fantastic game. Frostbite took the first round, and it was a notably low-scoring game. I believe it was 8-6 in favor of Frostbite. But then in round 2, Synapse really came out swinging, and they kind of started running away with that score. I don't remember the final. It was a double-digit score versus a single-digit score in favor of Synapse. But what I do remember is at the end of round 2, I remember noting game-high points was to Zach W with 15. And Saluna had 6, and I remember thinking, I didn't say it, I remember thinking that's awfully low for Saluna, you know, for Zach to get that many points. You know, they must have really been covering Saluna. So we get to the end of the third round, and Synapse did come out really strong. I mean, they really took that third round by force, and I believe it was 18-9. I believe was the final score in that third round. But what was notable is the game high points, as I was calling them. Suddenly, Saluna 24, Zach with 15. Saluna scored every single goal for Synapse in that third round, all 18 points against Frostbite, against Grumpy, who got 6 saves in that game. So yeah, this Synapse team is on fire right now. They are ready to take on Kang, a team. Now, these guys faced off just a handful of weeks ago. I made a video about it, and a lot of people seen the video. It was a big game, but one of the things people pointed out was Kangarillas is playing with a sub. Now, it's not the sub's fault. It's, you know, you can't say that, but there is that thing. You know, it's not your regular roster. Well, Synapse is going to have the opportunity to prove it here right now, in front of us, taking on Kangarillas. Both teams full strength. Both teams, you know, in with the fire lit under them, with that pressure of elimination. This is going to be this is going to be a good game. I'm telling you right now. This is one, if you're not here, you're wrong.
Well, we don't want to be wrong, do we? So hopefully we start off soon. The teams, just to keep you guys in the loop there, over in the chat and over in venues, we are just kind of awaiting the server score situation. So just finding out for sure which one they're going to play on. So getting that underway here soon. And just to kind of touch on what Dimwi had mentioned a moment ago, you know, talking about the sub situation, you know, we saw it with, you know, Spaghetti and Joker some weeks ago, and talking about King versus Synapse. The thing is, it matters in the sense that, yeah, it's not your normal roster you're looking for, but at the same time, it's not a knock on the players themselves, because you know what? Rosie was in that situation last season, right? We touched on that in the pre-show, where Rosie Hope, you know, more the permanent part of this roster now, playing regularly week to week. Season 1, you know, not always the case. Was the extra roster member there just in case, wasn't used a whole lot, did not mean she was not capable of showing up and just playing an amazing game, as you mentioned as well to me in the stream before we went live here on our mics just moments ago, commenting on her fantastic facilitating and midfield play and interceptions and things like that. I mean, definitely, you know, I think as the meta progresses and as the scene continues to grow with players especially, I do think in the future, now it might not be for a little while, depending, I do think we're going to head into the direction eventually where you see these 5-6 rostered player teams, and you do actually start seeing a meta shift towards roster swap outs and things like that and different configurations. Now, like I said, it might not be right away, but just down the line at some point in the future.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't really have much to add to that. This is just yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. I want to start. I want to start right now. I want to start right now. Let's go.
And we're in the process. We got the players here in the match now. I think settling on this server perhaps as it just gets discussed. And of course, the nature of online games, we've all been there before, where it's especially at this level, right? I mean, with these stakes, and again, it's win or go home. You're done for the season. Gone fishing. One team's going to Disneyland later. Well, figuratively speaking, and with the glory of the wins potentially tomorrow in the championships, but one is going to go fishing for the rest of the off season, and no one wants that, right? So they are playing, and with that said, they're going to make sure they're doing it optimally here as we can in this online format. It's what we've got, and it's still what we love because we've got some fantastic highlights and moments produced out of these streams today. So I really can't complain at the grand scope of things, because when this is all said and done, all we will remember is these stoppages, but everything that happened, in between those, because one is fleeting, the other ones, those highlight moments, those game winners, those upsets, that is what is everlasting in terms of a profile, a career for a player or team, and that's what we're gonna take out of this event over these next 2 days.
Yeah, I do believe we have found our server. I do believe we will be playing on this one because this got the highest score. So we will be sticking around on the one we're on. I do believe, unless there's some extra kerfuffle about it, but I don't think so. I'm not seeing it. So yeah, this is oh boy. Yeah, we got the teams organized now on the proper sides here, and I do expect that Synapse is already readied up. So I believe they're just waiting on our ping, which they just got. So we should get started here any minute, man. My legs are literally going right now. Like I cannot stop moving. I am so excited for this game. I cannot tell you. I'm not even kidding. Like I gotta express, like, I'm not trying to sell this game right now. I am legitimately excited. Like this is some serious stuff right now. Is it gonna be the story of Kang being Kang and getting through the finals? Gonna be Kang and Joker again, which is not that that's boring. That's gonna be an amazing final series, but could it end up being the upset? Are we going to see Synapse move on to face Spaghetti next round? And then if Kang does move on to the next round, Kang already lost to Spaghetti. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, let's go. Let's do this thing. Where are the people? We need more people in here, y'all. Get out there, get your people in here. This is the game today to watch. This is the one. I'm telling you right now. Get your people in here right now, because we're going to start here any minute. You need to be here for this one.
Well, I'd go get my people, but they're already here. Hi, Dimwi.
Hi, Palidore.
All right, and hello, teams. Hello, streams, wherever you're joining us today. It has been a match supreme on the shows across the board. OCE, Europe, North America. A busy weekend, jam-packed full of games, and now this game is, in fact, underway. So let's go. It's Kangos with a joust on orange side, Loveridge, Mad, Sealable Bag, and Strambitsky over on blue. It's Synapse, Rosie Hope, Saluna 22. It's .com. It's Zach W. And right now, just jostling for a position, not firm control being had yet.
Yeah, it was 1.75 second joust time there. Two Kangarillas, substantial joust time. Sealable sending this one across, but Strem is stunned out. Rosie's going to get that grab. Rosie's going to send that one through that near side tube. Going to be a race for it. Kang getting down there first, although Lover's not able to get the grab. It's going to be Rosie getting there. Rosie with it. Rosie has one down deep. She's going to send it in. Hits Luna, but Luna's going to get stunned out by Strem. Strem's going to get this one cleared back out. Not quite out, but cleared up.
Man, that was a kind of bold dive, and oh, wow. Saluna with the first three. On that one, so didn't get the first one thanks to Strem's defense diving out, but you know what? Second opportunity was there and making the most of it.
That was just phenomenal. She had no time to work with there. Just a quick pickup, got stunned out as she was sending it in. You know, you could see Kang realizing their mistake as she sent that shot off. And you can't give Saluna lanes like that. She's gonna hit him.
I said as much in that first stream I did of Synapse earlier on, and that the thing is, I'd be afraid of any of these players, either team taking an open shot, but I think especially with Saluna, it is so rare to see the miss there on an open one nonetheless. So that is a, again, kind of risk there, losing it out as Oop just losing control a bit. That's going to be flung backwards. That was dangerous, but Mad does get a tap out. Now the immediate stack coming in from Zach W. And with control now 2 minutes into the game, just the lone three-pointer on the board there for Synapse thus far.
Zach clearing this one in, was trying to get it deep to Saluna, but Saluna got stunned out, so it's going to be back in the hands of Kangaroo. Mad with it there. Mad sending it across there to Shrem. Shrem's going to get stunned out as he sends this one in. It's going to find its way into the bubble. Kangaroos are all there, but .com with a great grab. Trying to send that one out, hits a cloud walk, finds it back to the floor, but Rosie is there to get the pickup. Rosie now with it. Rosie looking for an option, going across there to Zach, just out of reach, going to find its way in the tube. Ultimately gets stuck in the tube. Zach does get there first. Zach has Saluna up. Zach going for a long shot. Are you serious?
Ooh.
Oh my God!
If it's not one, it is the other. Oh, brother, Zach W putting in another. That time assisted by Rosie.
He couldn't have looked.
Like I said, margins are. Don't they make the again the difficult, if not impossible at times? You just see it from these teams. They get it done.
I'm just I'm not even sitting right now. Hold on, I gotta get back. I'm way far away.
Fix that posture.
Man. Leverage over to Shrem, stuffed. Saluna picking that one up. Saluna now looking to clear this one out. That one gets cleared. It's going to be a race where two chains are together. Speaking of two chains, no, Saluna with it. Saluna going to send this one in. No. Oh, I was going to freak out. I was literally, you got to take it from me, man. I was going to freak out.
Kangaroos in a kind of mode where I don't want to say that they're freaking out, because historically just complimenting their ability to stay mentally engaged and really just stay really well connected as a team and what they're doing. Usually a team that doesn't worry all too much, even if they do get down sometimes in a round or in a series. That said, this is kind of what I saw earlier on as well, casting Kang against Spaghetti, where it just seemed like after a certain point, some of the execution wasn't quite there, a little bit off on some of these passing plays that you're used to seeing. The aggression coming in, not shy at all. Zach W, the shot attempt. Saluna maybe with another as she backs it out, looking for Rosie Hope, bringing it up high, but a very tough angle to finish that shot on.
Yeah, she sent that one in with force, but this one, Shrem is going to get this one cleared all the way down. Mad is down there. It's going to be Mad versus .com. .com gets it picked up under pressure. Looking to send that one out. I had to be very careful with that clear as Sealable was looking for it. Sealable ultimately does pick it up. Sends it across to Shrem there. Shrem now with it. Kangaroo is currently scoreless, down by 6, bringing it in. And there it is. Shrem gets that one in for the 2. That's Kang's first goal of the game here, over 4 minutes into round 1.
Dimwi, I need to go. I think I'm going to go have to shower after that. That was gnarly from Strem. Drop the disc, a little bit of yo-yo, kind of a show and go. Oops, I dropped this. Nope, I'm not pick that up and just put it in the goal. Not a problem. Where'd I put it? In the right place. It's to be pulling these moves. The thing is, it was effective, so it wasn't like just a steez for the sake of steez. Don't get me wrong. But man, still to go for some of these moves in this kind of situation, win or go home, it just makes it all the more impressive.
A whole bunch of stuns going out there at mid, although it's going to be Leverage picking it up. A nice give and go there, Leverage and Shrem. Shrem's going to send this one up to Matt. Sealable cutting in. Sealable stunning one with the shield there, although they're going to go ahead and back this one up to Shrem on the back line. 5 minutes off the clock. Kang is still down by 4, but in possession. Leverage on the near side wall. Sending this one across. Good cut pass to Shrem. Shrem is just going to slap it in. What a beautiful play there from Kangarillas.
Wow. One of the many Kango classics in their playbooks. You don't see them pull that out every game, but maybe every other game or every few. Go in for that pass to the spike, the volleyball spike. Now that is what that was, and that was executed just to precision and perfection. Love to see it. Right now, trying to see themselves to the goal again is Synapse now, not wanting to give any more shots in a row to Kangos. Strembitsky picking up the disc, and now just looking to the deep end now and trying to find the hands of someone, anyone, but it is a Sealable Bag eventually getting that. And now on the defense, it will be Synapse, who've been very stalwart in there, seeing if they can put a stop.
Yeah, Kang taking this one pretty far back, really baiting that defenseman out. Saluna gets caught way behind the play. This is going to be a 4-on-3 sustained here from Kang if they keep pushing him out. And they do. Sealable over to Shrem.
And Strem
Excuse
on
me?
coverage with the shield up is going to send that one in. That was beautiful. Another
Excuse
beautiful.
me. I said we see that every other game. Maybe see it too. Well, they just did it again, effectively, anyways. Now, another quick pass into the immediate, and I mean immediate release. Look, no time. Boom. They had the player on them. I mean, that was intense. Starting to light it up here. It's tied up 6-8 piece.
So now Rosie up. So Synapse back in possession. Yeah, just over 3 minutes to go here with this in this tie game. Zach with it. Zach gonna send this one up. Looking for Saluna. Excuse me. Saluna is gonna it's a headbutt. She dropped at the shield, pulling the ender, but lost control of it. So it's gonna be back in the hands of Kangarillas. 3 minutes to go here in round 1. Sealable sending that one across. Looking for Mad. A little bit too far ahead. Taking a bad bounce there. Saluna's picking it up. That goal is open. She's gonna send the shot in. She hits it. Synapse up by 3 here with 3 minutes to go.
All right. Do not leave that goal open because it is danger for Saluna, for Zach. I mean, again, you don't want to give up shots to any of these players, especially the ones who, as you mentioned, on your streams and on mine, across the 2 channels, both of them, between Zach and Saluna, been putting on points by the dozen, it feels like. So you want to recognize those hot hands and just make them go cold if you can. As Mad trying to stabilize here, passing it over to Seal, and Seal right up ahead there to Loveridge. A lot of really close quarters aggression here, but there's that passing execution that Kang is so known for and so loved for, as they get another nice one. Wow, up and down that floor with just precision, and the decision making impeccable.
Yeah, that was just that's Kang is playing like Kang right now. I mean, they're not skipping a beat. I mean, Synapse is running it up. There's been a couple mistakes. The Synapse have been really just the one, honestly, 1 or 2, maybe 2. But it's been enough. Synapse is still up by 1 here. We have a minute 42 on the clock. .com going to send that one up through mid, looking to get it to Saluna there. But it's going to take that bounce into the trap. Rosie up does get us. A little meat. Zach is going to slap that one forward. Strem and Saluna are going to get there at the same time. Saluna with it. She's going to try to pull the ender on Strem. Not going to work. And that good back pass there to Sealable on the back line. Minute 20 to go here. Kangaroo is in possession, down by 1.
Not sure what's the more entertaining.
Oh, no.
Oh, no is right, but oh, no,
really
just letting it loose. So getting it right back is Zach. That's unfortunate, but they'll still get the disc back here. I'm going to say, not sure what I find more entertaining, the Strem screams or the Rosie eeps, I guess. Either way, coming through on the comms, and very necessary as they save a shot. There's Seal right in the goal, slapping that through. Another grab now. The goal was left open. Dangerous. We've seen that so many times from Kang here in this round. Not paying for it too bad. Let's see on the other end if the punish comes through, but no. It's going to be denied by .com with a grab at the bottom of that bubble.
Yeah, Zach with it now. We got 38 seconds. Synapse is still up by 1, but Kang just got possession back. 35 seconds. Sealable sending this one in on a dribble. Good read there by Zach. Zach does get it back through. Saluna's going to try to track that one down. She gets leached on. Mad is going to get there first. Mad sending that one across the Sealable. 25 seconds. Kang back in possession again here. Strem, far side. Strem moving up, has leverage, stun out the backfield, crosses over to Mad, just out of reach. Mad looking to get it off the bounce, but no, it's going to find the hands of .com. .com with it. 12 seconds here in round 1. 1 point game. .com just going to clear this one out. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. This one's going to go all the way down. This will end round 1. Synapse will take round 1 over Kangarillas.
They'll take
by
one more.
3.
Good run, guys. Good run.
Wow. What a first, an opening round here. Not the first game, certainly, but the most important one now at this juncture of the tournament. This is the final match of day 1 of these finals here in Season 2 of VRML. And this is, again, this is for all of the marbles. Kang, there is blood in the water, and it's theirs.
I'm sorry, I'm putting the call out, man. This is you got to get more people in here.
By all means, then we do your thing, because this is definitely a match. Again, the only tragic part is that one of these teams, we don't get to see them tomorrow. These are teams that are top of their level, and again, all these teams we saw here today. I mean, we're talking championship contenders. So it's tough to have to say, well, one of them's just not coming back tomorrow, because you know what? These teams are fighting for their lives. At the moment, fighting certainly for a lot of scores on their end. I mean, between Saluna and Zach there, 8-3, but again, being facilitated by their teammates, be it Rosie or UT, both of them just doing great work positionally in the midfield and just distributing and kind of offering the opportunities for them to score. Because again, this was the case in the earlier streams. You look at the possession time, it is very equal between the 4 Synapse players, okay? It's not as if even though one player is scoring more than the other, the possession time is showing that they are sharing the disc regardless of the assist. It's going to the right places, they're in control, and right now Kangos, they need to find that control. They need to find it right quick here as the second round begins. To Loveridge with a stun from Zach though.
Yeah, Zach with the stuff there, sending this one out. Rosie trying to track it down, does. Thought she had a lane only for a moment. Gonna send up Saluna. Saluna, oh man. Oh, as Mad comes out to challenge, Mad knew exactly what was about to happen. He tried to get the read on it. It was a great read, but Saluna sends it in for the 3, 20 seconds in.
So I think for Kangarillas here, as they find themselves down 3 immediately, just about. Either something needs to be done about those stacks on Synapse's side, or they need to start playing a little bit more cautious, because I've seen there's been so many open 3s conceded. Not all of them have gone in, but most of them have, is the thing, and they're diving out of the goal and then kind of leaving it exposed. They're really kind of playing this extra added risk against strikers who will punish that a high percentage of the time. So adjustments needing to be made in these next 9 minutes of action.
Mad handling this one on the near side wall. Minute gone here in round 2. Mad coming in slowly, sending it to Sealable, who was uncontested there at the goal. I'm not entirely certain what happened there, but yeah, goalie nowhere to, you know what, I believe .com came out to challenge someone and got stunned out. That's what happened. My mistake there, yeah. And that just left it wide open.
See it from one, see it from the other. As I mentioned, with the kind of stakes and pressure at play, no doubt these teams feeling it. They know they can't afford to make mistakes, but sometimes that factor in the back of your mind, whether you recognize it or not, as a slow rollout unfolds. And, you know, it's going to be a factor. You're going to be liable at times, you know, to overthinking it. And that's, again, the balance you have to find. Usually, after a few minutes or after a round is when you start definitely seeing in the highest pressure games, one of the teams start finding their flow and just not thinking about the outside factors anymore.
That was a good steal there by Zach, but right back in the hands. It's doing some ping pong right now, and either team able to hold on to the disc for too long.
Yeah.
Although it looks like Hang maybe finally getting that possession here, although that pass, well, that's actually a really good pass. Mad going up to Leverage. Leverage opportunity goes over to Sealable. Sealable dropping. Sealable crossing. Hits Mad. Oh, the dig. Wow. Was not expecting that. That's usually a sure shot there from Kang. Saluna's going to scoop that one back towards mid. It is out to mid. Good slap there by Zach by that chain. Rosiev's going to collect that one. Rosiev now. Zach does a lot of interference. Rosiev over Saluna. Saluna coming in for that one-on-one. Bringing it in. Taking the shot. Oh, the stop. Strem with the grab there. Of course, it's Strem. And Mad with the pickup. Going to get the clear.
Oh, that was great defense from Strem. Really in position to get both the pick on the shot or the pass. And you know what it results in is the score. Really needed from Kango. Sealable back getting down there in a hurry to find themselves the 1-point advantage. So nice work from Kangos now to stop a little bit of that bleeding and start finding their foothold.
So now it will be Synapse here with this joust advantage. Down by 1, but still over 7 minutes to go here. 43 in favor of Kang. Zach going to cross this one over there to Rosie. Rosie on the near side wall in the trap. Going to start moving through this tube. Rosie, as she gets stunned out, going to send it up to Saluna. Saluna now has Zach to her right. Going to pass it over to Zach. Zach, oh, that was a double ding. That one scoops in the corner. And it will be Leverage on the far side picking that one up. So turn over here to Kang as Leverage going to clear this one out. It's going to get all the way down, not all the way down. And Zach is right there, but Zach trying to turn. Strem, I believe there was an inadvertent headbutt, but there in the hands of Mad. Mad up to Strem. Strem looking to take a shot. No, he's going to send this one back.
Again, that aggression really playing in the deep field. You can see as these passes go out from Kangos, as precise as some of them have been at times, it's getting to that point where for a lot of these passes, they don't have time and space to work with. Now, of course, as I say that, finally a little bit of reprieve here, able to back that out softly, sending it to Loveridge, and Loveridge now going to work it in momentarily uncontested. But you see that bubble defense at play, a nice cutoff from Saluna, and now it's going to be a Rosie and .com trying to stack together, but getting broken apart by some excellent stuns in the backfield to enable this recovery from Strem.
So Strem gets there first. I believe that was off a leech off of Saluna there around midfield. Saluna out here playing a forward check as Mad's going to handle this one on the near side wall. Mad going to forward that one into that tube there. Does hit Sealable. Sealable now moving up under pressure by Zach. Sealable crossing it, looking for Strem, but way too far in front as Zach is able to recover it. Zach going to send that one back to .com there on the back line. So Synapse back in possession here, almost halfway through round 2. Kangaroo is currently up by 1. Saluna picking that one up, going to clear that one through the tube, finding its way into that trap. The Strem, that chain is there first. Strem's going to pick that one up here for Kang. Just over 5 to go. Kang back in possession here, moving through mid.
And not 5 minutes away from a postseason for Kang or a round 3 comeback. So one of the two. I mean, the fate of their season is going to be decided here. The fate certainly of Synapse's season as Rosie takes it away being decided here as Zach receives that pass from Rosie. Some great positioning there, recognizing it. Rosie receiving that pass and still finding another one back. So now the excellence on the vision and the receptions from that Zach and Rosie duo now kind of opening up that formation kind of square around that bubble and just trying to find the right angle. And boy, did boy, did they get the save. Mad the plays, the clears, the goalkeeping here for Kang gonna result in maybe another brother Strembitsky. What a turnaround in round 2.
That's twice they've done that. That's twice that Synapse had a phenomenal setup on the goal there and just a ridiculous stop and goal. First it was Strem, that time it was Mad, and then sending it down. Strem's able to send that one in before Synapse can get back. We got 4 minutes to go here. It's a 4-point game. Synapse up by 4 here in round 2. This is oh, what an interception. Strem setting that one up. He was looking for a wall shot there, but Zach is going to track this one down from Synapse. No, he's not.
Oh, no, he's not. Never mind, an overshoot on that. So Bridge to this, we're just missing that pass. And oh no, Strembitsky! What another one of those just nasty shots that connects. He is popping off again here on stream. 9-3.
Yeah, that was a beautiful hook shot. That's I saw Strem score one a little bit prettier than that one a few weeks ago that I made big note of that made it into a few highlights. But yeah, that was a beautiful goal there by Strem. So yeah, it's a 6-point lead here to Kang as .com is going to force the Kang chain to make a move. But they're currently down, so they can't really afford that time.
I was just trying to figure out looking at the replay whether that setup off the wall was actually or not. Either way, wouldn't be surprising. But right here, it's going to be again Synapse trying to score and just close it off a bit, and that they do. Look at that, the breakage on on Saluna there by the goal, just stopping, waiting so patiently. It produces the points. 4-point game, less than 3 minutes remaining in round 2.
That was just phenomenal. I mean, Rosie, Strem was waiting for that. He was waiting. He was sitting on that front block. He knew that pass was coming. And eventually Rosie just encroached too far in. Strem had to bite. And the moment he did, that was a beautiful pass from Rosie over to Saluna. That was just phenomenal. They're back within 4 here, but Strem with it now. Strem moving in, although he's gonna have some folks in on him here any moment, or maybe not. He's gonna walk all the way into the bubble. Was looking for that cross pass to Seal. Doesn't connect, but Strem does get the slap on that one. Gonna feed it right back to Mad there on the back line. Mad now coming in, inverted. All of Kang inverted. Is Mad gonna juke around a little bit? Send that one across. Hits Leverage. Leverage now coming in on the right side. Leverage going over to Mad, just out of reach there. But Strem gonna pick that one up. Loses the hand. Oh no! But then Leverage with the recovery sends that one in.
Oh. Well, perfectly timed cutoff there, by the way. I don't know if the stream heard that. But anyway, with that said, all part of the plan, maybe? Going a little extendo, but you know what? It got to the right place. 11-5. Any way they can get it, they're going to take the points. With 1 minute 36 seconds left, not room to breathe a complete sigh of relief, but starting to get to that point here as they do also get possession back on this side for Kang.
And they do need to be careful though, because it's 2 threes, and Synapse is good at anything. It's hitting threes. Kang has to play this very carefully. They cannot give Synapse a single lane here because they will hit that. Saluna almost getting a good read there. Strem now with it on the far side. Minute 6 on the clock. Still up by 6. Strem moving in as Matt on the near side, but he's going to go ahead and reset that one to Sealable. They're just going to keep running that clock. Something Kang is particularly good at, but good stuff there by .com. Although that one's going to be recovered by Sealable. Sealable crossing it over to Mad. Mad Juking out one, gonna start walking this one in as Stram on the floor. Stram, oh, stunned there by Saluna. Saluna with the stuff, getting this one cleared out. It's gonna be a race for this one. Synapse is in the lead of the race, but no. Actually, yes, Saluna, loses the hand! No, that is heartbreaking as that one gets cleared out to mid.
Oh, that is tough. Now, the time was just about out. That being said, I mean, starting to close the window regardless, but now definitely, oh, look at the save coming out there from Zach. I mean, you're going to take those because that still is going to build something for you going forward as they go forward for one here. Strembitsky being stunned out, though, as Luna looks for a grab potentially. King stacks. Now they can definitely breathe, as no matter what happens here, they are going, again, to a third round on these streams today.
Good round.
Yeah, that was a good round. I mean, that was phenomenal from both those teams. But Kang really, you know, all the goals we were seeing from Synapse that were, you know, in that first round in particular, that were those long threes. We did not see. Did we see maybe one, maybe? In that second round there, you know, Kang just buttoned up. They did not let Synapse get any. They did not let Synapse get those lanes. Yeah. In that second round there, it's just they didn't let it happen. They made the adjustments they needed to.
It couldn't have come at a better time for sure. They really needed, kind of, you know, throughout the day. Granted, I didn't see how it went for them all in the other lower bracket matchups. Obviously well enough to win, but just noticing that earlier in the day versus Spaghetti, and it was again full credit to Spaghetti because they were the reason, you know, for a lot of it. But just Kang was being bothered, I think, you know, against Synapse as well, against aggressive defenses, and you do see that sometimes. I know when Kang plays Joker, you know, they're a very good team, very patient with their passing execution, their spacing, but it is just a clash of styles, and sometimes they do struggle when it comes to the aggressive approach of some of these other teams in the league, you know, who don't give them kind of the room to find their passes and really kind of forcing the execution to be that much more precise and sometimes even close range, just because of how tight they're being played defensively. So it's a factor. Right here, though, third round, this is going to be a big factor. The biggest factor as we see this launch finally to conclude this day. It's Rosie Hope taking it, but being stolen away, now taken back by .com. Back to Strem. Strem the clear to the deep end.
Yeah, this one getting cleared in. Oh, the bounce there. Sealable picking it up. They have a 3-on-2 moving into the bubble. Sealable bringing it. He's going to get stunned out. And another scoop there, but picked up by Zach. Zach, though, ultimately does get it back, scooping that one out. And what a leech there by Zach to get that one cleared all the way down into the Kang zone. Kang, a couple more leeches coming out. Rosie coming in strong. Strem is going to get that one cleared out. Both teams coming out here on fire. Both of them playing at just a ridiculous pace here. Saluna is turning this one around. Saluna actually going to slow this one down for a moment. Send that one across. It's .com there on the far side. .com moving in. 9:10 on the clock. .com sending it into Zach. Zach wants to take a shot there. No, he's going to back it back out to .com for the reset. .com looking to send it back in. Hits Rosie. Rosie now juking a little bit, bringing it back. Slowing this one down now here is Synapse. 1 minute off the clock.
I like it, honestly, because that first 30 seconds or so, it was absolutely frantic, like you mentioned, and teams vying for control. How do you get control when the panic, or not even just the panic, just the, you know, the clutteredness of the aggressive defense? Sometimes it sends you kind of your brain sends it scrambled, right? How do you calm down? You calm it down by slowing down, even if for a moment. If you can, take a second, get those passes through, breathe, and then find your next play.
That was almost a really good setup there by Synapse. That last pass didn't take. No, this bounce gets by both of those Kang players. Now a couple players getting in there. Saluna picking that one up. Saluna's going to send this one in. It's a cloud block. You know, I'm pretty sure I've seen her go for at least 2 cloud shots here in this game.
Yeah.
What a highlight that would be is Zach is going to cross this one over to .com there on the far side. .com, 2 minutes off the clock. Still scoreless here, round 3.
I say that on the cloud shot, just the Synapse classic, right?
Yeah.
Multitude of players. It's almost, it's kind of a rite of passage almost. So Saluna will no doubt hit one of those at some point, but right now just trying to hit him with anything and everything that they've got. A bit off on the pass there, but excellent grab. Zach, now that's going to throw off the defense enough. You can hear audibly as well, but just the same, they are going to take that for the first 2 after being deadlocked for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, this is that's a big first goal there. That's you know, it's yeah, I mean, Yeah, I think it's just a big first goal. You know, that's over 2 minutes in. It's for both either of these teams. Oh no, that turnover, Zach. Oh, the turn bad with the recovery. That was almost really bad there for Kang. And then Seal going to send this one across there to Shrem. Shrem going back to, going to Leverage there. Leverage going to back this one up, slow it down here for Kang as we're all inverted. Leverage going up to Seal. Seal ball on the far side, on the ceiling there, floor for him. And back to Mad, and again just slowing it down. Both. It's like it's like they're both playing the same game. It feels like at times. From Matt,
You were saying, didn't we?
Wow. I don't know. .com came out just a little bit, and in that moment he got stunned out. I don't know why. I don't know what the reason was he came out, but he came out, and yeah, Matt saw his opportunity, took it. Hangs up by 1.
Yeah, it's just kind of tough decision, and going to result in the punish. Just like we were seeing Kang get punished for leaving the goal open to Saluna and Zach earlier in that first round. Well, don't want to do the same to Kang because they can score from just about anywhere on the floor, and even if they can't, they don't have an angle, they'll find one somehow based off some passing. That said, that disc actually just getting past the hands there of Rosie on the reception, but Zach is there for the cleanup. Oh, and maybe the punish shot, but no, he was decisive, but just not finding the connection, as it will be contested up high by Saluna, trying to send it over right to the grab, right back out of the stun, back again to Zach, but now losing the handles as it just gets back to Srem's hands, looking for a clear right to, through the tube and into the opposite end.
Yeah, now handled by .com. That was yeah, they were really trying to break through that defense, and that last pass just didn't take. And you know, you can see the opportunity they were looking at. Now another turnover. Mad with the pickup. Mad's gonna dump this one in, but that chain was so ready to go. Oh yeah, they saw that coming from a mile away. Still a 1-point game, almost halfway through round 3 here. This is a very different game. This is a game of defenses. This one gets dumped in, gonna find its way up. So Mad with a good slap there, beats Luna to it. And Mad is gonna get this one sent towards mid, where Rosie Open pick it up. Rosie up gonna send this one in. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I really like that pace you mentioned. It's almost like the calm before the storm. They feel the war drums beating, and Zach, well, he is getting lit up here, or rather, the goal is for a very important score. You mentioned earlier, big play, big score, big point. Literally, from the moment that buzzer hit on the catapult in this third round, that was the moment that every one of these plays became big scores, flat out. Big scores and saves. There is nothing small about any of these plays because this matters for their seasons.
It really does. Yeah. This is it. This is the round. This is the last round. One of these teams, this is the last round of the season. Yeah. Stram pulling a Dusty, coming in for the one-on-one. Stunned out by .com, and then that one gets slapped out. What a play there by Synapse. I don't know, for half of us, that was a shared goal. I thought it was.
Unfortunately, actually, I've seen that as well. Talking about things, common themes. It's happened against Spaghetti, and it's happened against Synapse several times now. We've seen it from Kang. As they get a shot there, Strembitsky just burying it right in the top corner. I was gonna say though, for Kangorillas, they've actually been stifled, both Strembitsky, Mad, and Seal, all at different junctures throughout these streams, whether this series or the last, have gone in with a shot fake, and time again, they're getting stunned before they can get the shot off. So that is, one of those things immensely tough to maybe adjust on the fly, but something I've definitely noticed as a recurring theme going against the favor of Kang here in these matches today.
Well, that was almost bad, but turning out not so bad. Bad with a great read there. And now it is going to turn over into the hands of Kang, who are up by 1 here, 3.5 minutes to go. This is looking a lot like last round, at least as far as the score differential and the time on the clock. Stram going to send this one back. It's Mad there in the pocket. Mad going to send it across there to Leverage. Leverage going back across the Strem. Strem looking for Seal, will across, but hits the crow's nest. A couple bad bounces there. Zach trying to track it down, can't. Back in the hands of Strem. Strem going to Seal, has a one-on-one, bringing it in. Oh, that one stings. What a shot.
That hurt me a little bit there, as I believe that was Seal getting the goal. That is going to be now a 3-point advantage for them, and Dimwi, less than 3 minutes left with a shot like that going through for the Navs. It is gut check time.
Yeah, you know it. And now it's it's just under 3 minutes to go here. It's still only a 3-point game though. Still either team's game. Saluna with it holds on to thought for a moment too long. Gets that pass over to Rosie. Not able to handle it though. Rosie trying to track it back down. Does. Now coming in, sends it back across to Saluna. Saluna going off the backboard. What a shot there. That one's gonna go in.
Synapse back within 1 here, but still down by 1. 2.5 to go.
You can feel it in the air. I don't know about you. It's getting to those points where every one of these plays, man, they're giving me the chills that you only can get from big match situations, whether you're playing, like I said, the calm before the storm, and the storm has just about arrived, because in the next 2 minutes, we're going to find out who's advancing to day 2, the finals. And that said, Kang trying to make their vision a reality here, just contesting and getting it back. SirDimwi, any score would be monumental, and they're going mental for the goal. Loveridge, special delivery from SirDimwi.
That play was set up steps before that pass went off. You can see Strem hesitate for a moment there. He was looking for that pass. He knew Leverage was coming, and he sends it across the Leverage. They're back up by 3 here, but still, only 3 with still 1.5 minutes on the clock against a team like Synapse that hits those 3s. Kang could absolutely not let them get a lane here. Zach sending that one across there to Rosie. Rosie under pressure by that chain, juking him out. Gonna send this one in. Oh, the bounce not good. It's gonna turn over. Leverage with it now. They're up by 3. Kang is back in possession. Strem wanted to send in that shot, but saw it's .com at the last moment. And Panic clears that one, so it's gonna find the hands of .com. So back in the hands of Synapse here. .com gonna send that one up. 1:10 on the clock. Zach just gonna send this one in, hoping his Chamber's gonna get there first, but no, it's gonna be Leverage. Back in the hands of Kang. Kang gonna clear this one back in. 1:03 on the clock. .com with it now. 1 minute to go here in round 3.
Oh, it needs to be careful that defense in the area. So up high here by the ceiling, taken by Zach. Less than a minute, 50 seconds here to be exact, as it sails right back into the midfield, which has been a theme. That said, missing a leech. Not gonna miss this opportunity for a shot, but getting stunned instead. That's a big shot right to the grill as they get it out of there. Definitely feeling the heat from this grill as we approach the last 30 seconds of play. Something needs to happen immediately here for Synapse if they want to stay involved and engaged and in play for the championship pride, and the prize is all on the line, but Kangaroo is here to deny it. Let's see, Zach with one more collection and send to the tunnel.
That one bouncing in, bouncing through. It's gonna get cleared back in. We got 13 seconds. Synapse back in. They have one more opportunity. Saluna with it there. Zach and Saluna looking for the dribble. They find Rosie up downfield. Rosie up looking for a back pass. They have 5 seconds. One last opportunity. One last shot. That one's not gonna take. Synapse is out. Kangarillas will be moving on.
Wow. Almost an overtime, but it's out of time instead, and it will in fact be Kangarillas by the skin of their Kangarilla teeth will advance.
That was so close.
No well-timed cut that time. But we always get one from Strem, at least once.
Always get one from Strem.
Always one.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, exactly. I'm
under the wire, man.
Jinx, you owe me a highlight. You got a lot to choose from, so wow. Hold on a minute. I like this. After an intense game like that, you still hear the well-spirited words and intentions, kind of offering support there, and you know, I know not the ending to the season. Obviously, Synapse would have wanted. Going up against a tough team like Kang, tough in their own right is Synapse. I mean, just so down to the wire. An absolute success of a season for Synapse. Any way you cut it. Just also, love to look forward to what they're seeing. And sorry, I'm pausing here because I'm hearing some stuff in comms in between. But just I'm glad to see these teams here doing what they do for all the viewers. I mean, it was absolutely jam-packed across all our different avenues of viewing, whether it was venues, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or otherwise. This was worth the build-up here and to this weekend.
Yeah, it really was. And yeah, I mean, what a performance by both these teams. And yeah, if there's any doubters left out there, Synapse is here to play, man. I mean, that's a one-goal game, 9-6 there in that last round. I know it says 0-0 on the board there, but yeah, it was Kat. You're correct, 9-6.
You know what it means. We're zeroed out in the old gas tank.
Also,
this has been so immensely.
Also notable. I just want to point out. I mean, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, that's funny.
This is the point in time where I shout out Subtlety for a quick F5. Although
yeah.
I love Strem, but
yeah,
the filters, they've all come off.
But notable here, despite the loss to Synapse, Saloona picks up the game high points there with 15 against Kangarillas with Zach on our team. I mean, that's notable, especially to do in a playoff series. Yeah, definitely. You know, when Synapse changed their roster there, I remember the talk of it. Is this going to work? Are they going to? No one was really sure. There was that belief that, you know, they are good players. Everyone knew Rosie was good. Everyone knew Saloona was good. But how good were they? How good were they? How good were they going to be against Master Tier teams? And I think they proved their place here up at the top, and especially after that performance. Synapse is a great team. I look forward to see them again next season. But Kang doing Kang things. You know, they're moving on. Yeah, and Gilligan asking Saloona's points total for the day. I don't know, but she got 39 over the last 2 games. I know that.
Yeah, so definitely high scoring output, high stress
Mac got
situation.
22.
Man, oh man, I'm still like I said, the biggest shame is just that one of these teams had to lose, but at the same time, it was in one heck of a match. With that said, you know, Kangarillas, they're not a team who make it easy on themselves sometimes in these postseason. Like we see these close matches. We see them having to fight for their lives now the past couple seasons of this, right? Right down to the wire sometimes. I mean, they are, you know, solidly in that number 2 seed the last couple seasons now, and just doing great work. But man, oh man, do they just a combination, I think, of the pressure from the big match situations, but more so just the fact that other teams as well stepping up so much, including the likes of Synapse, like Spaghetti, you know, facing off earlier, Redshift, those upsets. I mean, you know, he had Illuminati, he had Frostbite, and Joker, of course, the reigning champions. Everyone showing up today at different junctures with some great games, numerous round 3s, crunch time situations. Been a pleasure to cast, nothing else. So, on that note, thank you for doing so, Dimwi. But with that said, yeah, taking a look at the brackets, this is where it will set for now, which is to say we are going to revisit this and finish out our season, and our championships will be played and champions will be crowned for all 3 regions, Oceania, Europe, and North America tomorrow. So, you know, same time slots as it was all day today throughout the 3 regions. And yeah, just again, can't wait to see it. I'm not sure I'll be getting any sleep tonight, even if I tried. But with that said, one more thank you, of course, to everyone who joined us in Oculus venues, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Gaming, and also our great sponsors in ProTube VR, VR Cover, Rebuff Reality, Fixed Gaming, VRware.net, for providing all the great opportunities for our communities in VRML, including the $3,500 plus prize pool going into the prizes this season. So appreciate that very much. Shout out to all our casting crew who helped throughout the day and throughout this stream here in North America. So much for Subtlety, a workhorse on the cameras, as well as SirDimwi and Dano McFabulous casting on the secondary channels throughout today here in North America. NightFiree joining me here in these streams earlier on, the first 3 matches. And with that said, that is going to do it for us today. So Dimwi, any last words beyond wow?
Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. I'm not.
Better myself. You know that turned
out there.
That turned vaguely threatening, but we're gonna leave off on that, I think. So, with that said, be happy, healthy, safe, be very good to each other. We're gonna see you guys really, and I mean really soon. Be there.